There we got knock it ooped.
How's it going, Mr. Man?
Is that how the stream opens today? Is me saying them's got knock it ooped?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, good. Yeah, that's exactly what we need.
It is going perfectly well so far. How was your Easters?
It was Eastery.
Good.
I was real glad when it was over, but it went really well. Like, that's just kind of how Easter goes. Like, I'm glad when it's over, but it went well.
It sounds stressful.
It was. And we finally dug out, like, our hue lights, some of the extra ones. So I'm very much messing with lights settings at the moment.
I need to get some of those for that thing. Actually,
It's
in that
nice.
thing. Yeah.
Because you can kind of, like...
Change the mood.
I can make my face be red. I can make my face be blue. I can make my face be kind of jaundiced. A little bit green.
A little green there. Just a little bit of green.
Yeah.
Like you're a pirate.
A pirate.
Sea sack. I got a thing twice.
Yeah, I heard you got a thing twice.
Here is, and I even mounted it to my wall because I'm cool like that.
Nice.
Technically, it's because I ran out of space.
All my lighting situation is... I was promised Funting and I got Satyr and Master.
You did. Sorry.
That is very nice, sir.
This is my new baby, and it's all pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty. I like it. It's
And no crack in the neck this time.
no crack in the neck. The nuts feel good.
Sorry?
Sorry, you're supposed to feel the nuts when you pick up someone's guitar, right?
Dude, again, that is not this streaming platform.
Are you
They're a different streaming platform for that you can make a lot more money at.
Oh. So no touching the nuts on this stream?
No.
Okay.
No touching the nuts. No playing with your kitty.
So, no, I was beating my pussy is what.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Saying Marlazy, what a shaking. I ordered a guitar. It showed up. I ordered it from Amazon, directly from Epiphone.
Nice.
It ended up not coming directly from Epiphone. It came from some music store in New Jersey.
Okay.
With the neck broken. So that was a thing.
All right.
So I sent it back and actually got it directly from Epiphone for cheaper.
Oh.
So
Go figure.
yeah. And it came faster too. So
Oh, well, double win.
the problem is, so one of the first things I did right after I got the first one, before I noticed that it was broken, was I purchased a year of the Rocksmith thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it was great for like 3 days. And then I realized the neck was broken, packed it all back up, shipped it off. And then the new one came, and now when I boot the game up, it crashes. And I don't know why.
Doesn't make sense.
No, like nothing has changed. No hardware, no software, nothing has changed. It just...
That does not make sense.
I think maybe they had an update. I wasn't paying attention. But I submitted a ticket, and supposedly it takes them like a month to respond. So that's dope.
Oh.
Yeah, it's great.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, but that was a thing. It's my first Les Paul. It had to have come with problems, right? It couldn't have just shown up and been good.
That is, but it's weird that like the software worked great and then it didn't.
Yeah,
like that doesn't make sense.
And like so, last night I was like, you know what I'll do? I'll go buy Rocksmith 2014, the old one. I can get it on Steam for really cheap. It's on sale. And now that one won't load either. Which I think is a sound card thing. They said if you have trouble with it not finding your sound card, which is what I am having trouble with, to go in and set your sound card to 16-bit 4800. It's like set it to CD quality.
Or that garbage quality.
Yeah, the problem is the Revelator doesn't go down that low.
Wait, really?
It only does 9600. It does not go any lower than that. You can switch between 16 and 24-bit, but you can't go any lower than 9600.
Mine totally can go to 44.1.
What? Hold on. How did you get there?
You're in universal control?
Hold on. I can be. Yes. Oh, I didn't even know you could change it in here. All right. So that might actually fix all my problems.
So that's... All right, sir.
I didn't even know. So I was looking in the where it would have been normally.
Okay, like I say garbage quality. Like for playing things back,
Let's try.
like CD quality is fine. But if you're recording anything, you really need to be at least a 24-bit.
Yeah. It's I was trying to explain this at work the other day, surprisingly enough. And even now, most people are saying that when you're doing like mastering, you should be mastering in 32-bit. Is it 32?
See, that just seems excessive.
36? But supposedly, like if you master at that and then export to 24-bit, it sounds better. I don't know.
That sounds like lies to me.
It sounds like something that I would see on the good YouTube channel where he would be like, "Here's proof that that's stupid."
Yeah,
but I haven't seen it yet.
Actually.
So
Now I get like, I kind of understand like going from 32 bits straight to 16 maybe making a difference, because then you're just like, you basically are just like dropping the last bit.
right? Are you though?
Well, I mean, you're cutting it in half, but like,
Yeah.
but even then, like, unless you're recording a whisper video, then like you don't need.
What do you think I've been doing in all this off time?
Well, I mean, right, then you definitely need to be recording at 32-bit because noise floor. But like, if you're actually doing your gain structures right, like 24 is still more than enough, and you could do it at 16 and be okay.
Yeah, it's all. I find it interesting that we live in a world now with no ceiling. Like, there's no digital ceiling, and that still weirds me out.
The one thing I love that Dan Worrell video where he was talking about how like you don't need to export at anything less than 44.1, but you absolutely better be doing your processing at higher than 44.1.
Yeah, which I never thought about.
Right.
I
but
always
it makes
assumed
sense.
that, like, if I'm going to end up in 44.1, why do I need to do anything higher than 4? Everything should be 44.1, but no, that is
square waves exist.
Yeah, they do. Bastards. Little bastard square waves. I've been watching a lot of DIY noise box videos.
Okay.
Where they make like these little wooden boxes with like springs on screws and like the door stoppers, the wah 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 wah. Those.
Wait, Reaper, you were at the theater about to see the D&D movie, but you decided not to miss tonight?
That's ridiculous, bro.
What? Go back to the theater, dude.
We are not that cool.
Like, watch the movie.
Yes, auto run while watching the show. It'll be perfect.
Yes,
nothing bad could possibly happen. I've spent the last 5 days working with time zones. Because the world hates me and wanted to punish me for some reason.
Why? Why are time zones causing you problems, sir?
So we have a page, and on this page you are scheduling a test.
Okay.
So you have a start time when you want the test to start.
So you schedule it for like Linux time.
Wait, it is so much more complicated.
Oh no.
So you schedule it for a certain time. But these organizations are global, so you have to have a time zone change. Makes sense, right?
Okay. That is a normal thing. It's just an hour offset. Done.
Or 11 hours, whatever.
But you know what I mean. Like it's just an offset.
And then we have business hours, right? Because we want these tests to only happen during business hours. So you have to set like when you start, like when does your workday start and when does it end, and on what days are those? So it's like,
wait, what? You want the test to run during business hours?
Yes.
Not. Okay.
Yeah, because these are people testing their employees, so they want to test.
Okay, got it.
During business hours.
Sorry, so it's not like a system test; it's an employee test.
Correct.
So okay, got it.
Yeah. So we've got 3 times and a time zone. right?
Okay.
And we've got how JavaScript processes time is one. It handles time and time objects one way. PHP handles time and time objects another way. Then we have a helper thing that we've installed on the JavaScript side called Moment, which handles it entirely different. It's supposed to make it easier. And then we have another helper class on the PHP side called Carbon that is supposed to make that easier. And then the individual drop downs that we're using handle it in an entirely different way.
Oh my.
And one thing, like, you can't have a time that's like 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock. It has to be 3 o'clock on this day in this time zone. So having a start time to your workday, you don't give a shit what day it is. You just care that it's at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And then there's like shit when you change the time zone, all of these have to adjust. But then like some of them are in UTC and some of them are not. They're in these weird formats. It's just been
time zones
a nightmare. I still stand by the statement that time and encoding are the two biggest issues that programmers will ever face.
And dates in Excel.
Dates.
Excel thinks everything is a date.
Yes, dates and things that it thinks are dates that are not dates.
Yes,
or money,
which it never thinks that a date is date.
No,
but it always thinks that something that is not a date is indeed a date.
Yes, or a dollar. It's either a date or a dollar.
Yeah. Speaking of terrible back-end decisions, I found out that the church's like membership software is basically running on a jacked up Microsoft Access database.
Oh, yummy.
Like this supposedly professional software.
I mean,
and I'm just like, but why though?
I mean, if the rest of your infrastructure is based on Microsoft stuff, maybe.
Maybe. But also, why? Why, when there, of all of the options that exist out in the world for databases,
100%, it's because there was a piece of software once upon a time that exported all of their data that they had already put in there, and it was like, would you like it to be in an Access database? And they were like, I guess.
Sure.
I would.
Why not?
I would put money on it. Ugh.
At least it wasn't Excel.
Yes. At least it wasn't 3 Excel files that all interact with one another.
Like comma separated value.
But we have to escape all the real commas.
Actually, I had a file once that was like, it was something that somebody had made that I needed to import, and it was space delineated.
Yeah.
And none of the actual spaces were in any way escaped out.
Of course.
So like I imported it the first time and it had like thousands of columns, and I'm just like, that's not right.
We had
and it was not right.
Once upon a time there was a company they had a file that they needed imported into something, and someone had fought with it for like days because it was an Excel file, but it needed to be comma delimited, but there were a bunch of commas in the data that were throwing it off. I don't know.
No.
So I just opened the Excel file, and you can switch what the delimitation thing is. So I just switched it to like a star.
Right.
And it was fine. And
you just pick like the randomest character that's not going to show up anywhere in the document.
Right.
And
they were like, wait, how did you do that so fast? And I was like, you're a moron. It's literally, you just change the thing.
Yeah. I got in the habit of just using like the pipe symbol because the pipe never shows up. Like normies don't use a pipe for anything.
Pipes are good. Strangely enough, tab delimited, it's really hard to look at for human eyes.
Oh, right. But
nothing in data ever has an extra tab in it.
Right. Semicolons are usually safe. But yeah, like the pipe is always a safe bet.
We like pipe. we like the pipe.
Oh,
Ugh, it's warm.
man.
It's just warm everywhere.
Oh, dude, it is warm. This is so the house does not have the air conditioning. And our furnace is so old that you can't even like it doesn't have a just run the fan mode.
Oh. Ugh.
So we bought a couple like tower fans that are in various places in the house now. Like we've been just having the windows open, which is great for our allergies, of course.
So you think you're gonna add an AC unit?
So
Or like window units?
no, it's one of those fun things where like I have the HVAC contractor lined up ready to go, but I can't do anything with that until the electrician is done with our service upgrade, because we have a 60 amp service running to the house.
Right.
And that's not that's not enough.
It's not enough.
So we're doing the service upgrade, so we're waiting on that. None of us thought like that they could do most of the install and just run the power in like before the electrician's done. Like,
right.
None of us thought of that until like Mrs. Pastor one day was just like, well, could they just install everything and then hook it up later? I'm like,
oh shit, they could have.
Yeah, they probably could.
I mean, to be
so
fair, it's probably easier for them to do it all in one go.
Well, right. But like this way, it at least like, because it's getting to their busy time, because it's getting warm.
It is.
At least this way, they would just have to come in and like, it would be a shorter service call than 2 days worth of setup.
Yeah. Shallow tub filled with ice and a fan blowing over. That actually does work pretty well.
That does work really well.
More shaking, Genova.
Hey, Genova. But yeah, so like the electrician's supposed to do his stuff on next Thursday, like most of it. And even then, like he can do most of the work, but then it all has to get inspected before he can like actually switch it all over.
Right.
So we're just like, I'd either want it to be like rainy and gross, or
which would probably make it gross and moist.
Well, but yeah, that's what I mean. We have dehumidifiers for that.
Oh,
like,
that's true.
Because we live in a gross, moist area.
There's nobody here hunting Easter eggs, and I still ain't getting any.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's not very nice.
It's bad spawn rate, man.
That's very
bad
rude, in fact.
I don't even. The world that we live in is really weird.
I mean, you're not wrong. You are decidedly not wrong. The world that we live in is weird.
I was sitting here last weekend. I was bored, and I was like, I should find a new game to play. So I went and I realized that The Last of Us finally hit PC, and I was like, oh, dope. So I bought that off Steam,
okay.
And it was taking too long for my ADHD to download. And I remembered that Hogwarts, that crazy lady has been working on the crack for Hogwarts since it came out. And I was like, oh, I haven't looked into that in like 2 weeks. I wonder how that's going. So I went and looked, and sure enough, it's out there. And I was like, oh, well, I'll see which one downloads faster. So the Hogwarts did, because of course it would.
Because that.
And
you would, okay, just side thing here. If Microsoft can figure out how to do peer-to-peer downloads, why hasn't Steam?
I mean, I don't know.
Like, I feel like that would just be smart, right? Like,
you would think so. Their downloads are so
Microsoft has figured it out.
That's literally the worst thing about Steam is the download speeds are so bad.
Oh, it's so bad.
I have really fast internet. Like, the bottleneck is not me anymore. The bottleneck is them.
Yeah, and it just regularly takes forever to download something. Yeah. And I'm like, are you downloading one file at a time?
Yes, and verifying it.
Well, and then when it's like I gave him a pass when I was downloading to like a regular like physical hard drive, right? Like, because I'm like, some of that, okay, like maybe it's my disk. But when I'm downloading straight to an SSD,
Yeah. Like, no, the bottleneck is not me anymore. So funny thing I found out, the woman who does so Hogwarts uses a very specific kind of DRM.
okay,
That as far as we know, there's only one person on the planet that knows how to crack it, and she won't tell anyone else how to do it. Which is why everyone was waiting for this woman to finish the crack.
I mean, that's smart of her.
And her name is Empress, and she is kind of infamous in the cracker community because she's insane.
Okay.
So most of the people who are pirating Hogwarts are pirating it for the same reason that I am. They don't want any money to go to a turf.
Fair.
Right?
Is Empress a turf?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know the little text files that say like, you know, empress.txt, and you click on it and it's got all the ASCII art, and then it has like, it's usually like installation information about the crack, like anything weird that you have to do. Hers are like these weird diatribes about like the fall of Western culture because of whatever, and the text file that she
is
put,
hilarious.
absolutely, the text file she put in the Hogwarts thing is all this like super anti-trans stuff. So the first thing other crackers do is download her thing, pull her text file out, and re-upload it. But I managed to get one that was actually hers. It's hilarious.
Well, okay, here we go. Here's I found a screenshot of it.
Oh god.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
This is a lot.
Yeah.
Like I don't even feel like I can't read this.
Yeah, it's genuinely like sadly, there's genuinely some mental illness in there. Which sucks.
Oh, and anytime, like, as soon as somebody starts, like, alternately capping, like, anytime someone all caps yells, like,
yeah.
Wow.
But I find it interesting that at least her priorities are,
wait,
she dislikes trans people, but she dislikes DRM more.
right. But also, like, gratuitous use of the F word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, not the sexy times F word, but the other one.
Yeah.
Like, gratuitous use.
Yeah.
Also, like, it says rant end and then continues to rant.
That was the part that she considered a rant. The rest of it was just on top. Yeah, the rest of it's just,
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was just her normal ranting.
Wow.
Yeah, she is an interesting woman.
So I found this on a Reddit post, and then the moderator is like, basically, she went super transphobic and also said the F word multiple times in one sentence. Don't know if you can show that on a stream.
Yeah, no.
Rant and continues to rant, but this time in explanation form. Oh my word.
She's not well.
I love that the only person who can reliably crack the nouveau is a Russian with a messiah complex that goes on rants.
The last thing in her text file is 2 Reddit admins. Hey, keep collecting trash and don't be ashamed whenever you drop your pants in a backlash. 2 Reddit slaves, suck it harder, bitches. You are not doing good enough. Keep on it and try to forget the cuff.
So, okay. Allegedly, it's because De Nouveau hired some of the last remaining De Nouveau crackers in the scene, and everyone else remaining considers it too difficult and not worth their time. So you're left with someone absolutely unhireable who probably wouldn't take the offer to begin with because e-fame is more valuable to them than money.
Well, and it's funny, too, because she started paying for her life via, like, social media, right? So and other crackers are a little pissed off at her about that because to them, cracking is like, you're supposed to, it's for free and you give it to it's all about freedom and freedom of information, but she's like putting her work behind a paywall.
Oh.
So people are like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know. It's a whole, there's so much drama. It's a
Didn't
fun
the
game, though.
boycotters say they'd only play Hogwarts once the game was cracked because they didn't want to directly support the devs in JK, and now the game is cracked, but by an extreme transphobe?
Yeah. Yeah, we live in weird times, man.
I mean, but you know, what even is this world? I don't know. So man. I've been really fascinated by the saga of like the dumbest intel leak ever. Like, and the more stuff I find out, the more I'm just like, what? So, because it all started like the first time I heard it was massive amounts of classified documents leaked on social media. And it just said social media. So I'm like, oh, so somebody like posted it all over Twitter or like Reddit or something, like whatever. Then I find out it's Discord, and I'm like, wait, what?
Like, no, you need to phrase it correctly.
Discord?
Everything that I've read says the gaming website known for gaming, or for the gaming social media site, famous with gamers, called Discord. Oh, I'm like, these people have no idea what Discord is.
None at all. And then I find out that it's like this like teeny bopper super racist Discord that it got leaked on.
Yeah.
Like super racist, super anti-Semitic, like all of this right-wing nonsense.
The weird thing is there were less people on that server than is on our Discord.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then the reason why it left that Discord is some of the like teenagers in the Discord posted it out of the Discord.
Yeah.
Like then like some of them start getting interviewed by the Washington Post.
One of the writers for the Washington Post just logged into their Discord and started asking people questions.
Right. Exactly. Because why not? And then they're like, yeah, we know who the dude is, but we're not going to say it to the Washington Post, so you know they got a phone call later.
Oh, yeah. Like,
and then you find out that it is this like 21-year-old kid who wasn't doing it to like steal secrets. He was just showing off to his racist buddies.
Yeah. Was literally just trying to show off. And like even the data that's in them isn't quite right. Like people have matched it with the actual numbers and they're like, no, something has happened because this is not quite correct.
To the point that like when the story first broke, everyone thought it was like Russian disinformation because it's the numbers are that far off.
I love it. I love it.
Like I just yeah, and now and I am convinced that like in a situation like that, in any situation like this, there are 4 possibilities. Either the data is not valuable and so they're going easy on the person. The data is not valuable and they're making a big deal out of going after the person because like they want it to seem like the data is really important.
Right.
The data is actually important and they like aren't going after the person to make it seem like the data isn't important, or the data is important and they're really going after them. And it very much seems like they're not going as hard against this person as like everyone's making clear that this isn't a big deal.
Well, and it's weird because like, I don't know, is it, you have a Discord server filled with racist kids.
Yep.
Who steal classified information.
Yep.
And you're like, it's all right. Yeah. Like it feels weird. I don't know.
Well, and it had like some, I'm trying to remember what it had a really stupid name.
I feel like if we did that on our Discord, we would both be in jail already.
Well, I mean, he is in jail.
I mean, but we would be in like big boy jail.
So right? He was the server admin, just to top it off.
Of course.
There was somewhere where like I saw the name of the Discord server. And it was
Thug Shaker Central, yeah.
yeah, it was something, and of course, like full of just racist memes.
Would you turn us in saying for real? Come on,
You know
man.
he would.
Probably.
He made an oath to serve his country.
Chasing that army clout. Gotta get back in the army's good graces or something, right? I don't know how that works. I don't know how anything works.
Thug Shaker Central. Yeah.
Of course.
24 men and boys who loved guns, military gear, and God.
I mean, but I could say I know people. Do I know anyone in the NSA? I don't think I do know anyone in the NSA. But, like, that doesn't mean you have to tattle on us if we share top secret documents on Discord.
I mean, I kind of would hope Sang would tattle on us if we do that.
Really?
Like, we would deserve it.
What if I promise not to share them?
What if I become the president of the United States?
What if I pray to God to help me? That makes it fine, right?
So Sang brings up a good point.
That's
if
fair.
they risk human lives, absolutely, like hell yeah, he would.
That's
like
fair.
because that's the thing that, like, while the information might not be that big of a deal anymore, like how they got it still might be.
Yeah.
And you don't really want that information to get out there.
That's the part that weirds me out a little bit. Like, I don't know. I assumed that it would be more difficult for someone to get.
Oh man, I'm pretty sure like several people up that guy's chain of command are getting chewed out.
Oh, I'm sure. Because, like, he either sent it to himself, like emailed it to himself, right? Which is bad. Or he put it on a thumb drive, which is bad. You just plugged a thumb drive into a computer system that stores top secret documents. I'm sure that'll be fine. I don't know.
Like, yeah, like how did
it is weird. And see what I was reading was talking about how the problem is that the IT guys who work on those systems don't have to go through the same.
Right, but he had top secret clearance.
But I don't think it's the same. I don't think it equates. Like, I don't think that the clearance that the IT guy gets to work on the servers that store the top secret documents is the same as the people who get to look at the documents.
I mean,
and I think they're supposed to just be like, okay, I promise I won't touch them.
I mean, I think saying, yeah, like top secret's top secret. Like, there's not like if part of,
but there's
different. From what I understand, and saying, please, like, correct me if I'm saying this wrong. From what I understand, like, if you are not cleared, you do not get to even be like in the same building as some of these documents.
Right, but there's different levels of clearance, right? Like, you can get cleared for some stuff and not other stuff.
Well, right. Like, there's stuff that, like, but a top secret clearance still lets you get to the top secret information that is not compartmentalized.
Super extra top secret.
So, like, yeah, there's going to be some things that, like, only certain people get to see. But again, like, if you have top secret clearance, then everything that is cleared top secret or below, you have access to.
Fair enough.
I mean, you have to justify it, but, like, you are cleared to see that material.
MK Ultra Blue top secret. That's the LSD top secret. That's where they give you the good drugs.
Is it like if you go to class drunk all the time, you should take the test drunk? So if you go to class on LSD, then like you should take the tests on LSD?
I think it was that if you go to class high all the time, you're supposed to take your test. I don't think you should be going to class drunk. I mean, you shouldn't be going to class high either, but I don't think anyone was going to high school drunk every day.
Different levels allow you access. Like, our MPs at the gates didn't have as high clearance as us, so they couldn't even go in some parts of the building. Yeah, and like I've got some friends that had they had security clearances, and like if they wanted to look at any of the documents, they had to go to like a certain room, and the documents couldn't leave that room, and like if they needed to access those things, they had to go to that place to get at them. Like,
and see, I think because the thing that I was talking about was talking also about I think it was the Julian Assange stuff, because he worked for the U.S. government as well when he did his leaks, his whistleblowing leak thing, right?
right.
And in that situation, it was the same kind of thing where he supposedly had access to the hardware, but he wasn't supposed to have access to the files. I don't know.
All of our IT guys had our level of clearance. That's what saying.
Interesting.
Well, and there is like the whole thing's complicated. The gist of it is you're not supposed to share any of it with anybody.
Right, even if they promise real nice not to share it to
unless
other
you
people.
are absolutely sure that they also have that level of clearance.
Right.
Like,
which I can assure
that's
you,
the point.
The 30 racist teenagers on your Discord do not have that clearance. It's pretty easy to
right. Like that's a safe bet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, do you know what surprised me the most out of all of this? That he's not in like a military trial.
That is weird. Why wouldn't that be?
That's what I'm kind of curious about. Like why is he being tried? Like, why is this a DOJ thing and not like? Because I feel like the military would be a little bit meaner in his direction for this.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, his best friend was like,
"Oh yeah,
we'll go. Maybe we won't be doing that now.
Maybe in 10 to 25.
Yeah.
I don't know what the penalties are, but
it'll be interesting to see how like military still has hard labor as punishment, right? But like, wouldn't the military be trying him for sharing military stuff?
Or
like, why is
maybe like I don't know if National Guard is weird.
Oh, maybe it is, since it's not like.
Because he's like, but he seemed to be like full-time National Guard.
My brother's in the National. I should ask him.
There you go.
Most information is accessible as loose lips, ignorance, or one Breaking Bad moment away. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so National Guard is under state control, so it's funky. Thanks, Sang.
Yeah, that tracks. It's just weird that it falls under the DOJ. Like,
it's probably because he didn't actually break a state law, but he broke a federal. I don't know. It is. That is the thing that I wish people understood about like network security. Like, people don't get hacked, right? Like, there's not somebody like going, making typey noises frantically with a DOS prompt. They're like, someone is chatting you up at the bar to get you to give them your password. Like,
yeah. It's interesting. The security industry is all kind of up in arms right now about this device called the Flipper.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. And I'm gonna not lie, it is super cool, and I've come this close to buying one a couple times because it can like mimic RFID, and it can like open doors and open car doors, and like it does all sorts of really cool shit. And people are freaking out because they're like, there should not be this kind of access to this technology. But the problem is, like, you can build everything that it does on your own, just with parts.
For like, yeah, I think it's like a Raspberry Pi and a $10 chip.
Yeah, or you can pay and have a whole bunch of stuff. But it's cool. It's got like a rubber ducky. It does rubber ducky stuff. Like,
that was there. Like, there's so many like security things, and what I always try to explain to people, like, anyone who's ever worked around any kind of network security reacts in one of two ways. They air gap everything and never touch the internet.
Which even that is not necessarily.
Well, right. But they either do that or they're just like, everybody already knows everything about me anyways. If they want it, they're going to get it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I don't know. We as a society have not figured this shit out yet. And I don't think we're close to it. Like, how we deal with information and technology. We don't know what we're doing. We're just making it up as we go.
Well, remember, like, was it the the credit report leak from a couple years ago that was basically just because someone didn't change the default password?
Yep. Yeah. There have been so many of those.
Oh yeah.
So many like huge data leaks that all come from like the database password was still set to admin or whatever.
Right. There are some passwords that I still like, passwords from when I worked at the school district now, like 15 years ago, that I don't like. I'm not comfortable saying what they were just in case they didn't change them.
Right. Yeah. No, that's
like
fair.
I would hope that in 15 years they would have.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I know when I left my last place of employment, there were passwords on certain servers that I knew. And when I started working at the sister company 2 years later, those passwords were exactly the same.
Oof.
And I was like, you're lucky I'm a nice person. I could have taken this entire company down.
Yeah. Imagine how all this would play out if there were telepaths, kind of like how Babylon 5 handled them. Was it interesting? Like, yeah, Babylon 5 did handle them interesting. I don't.
Telepaths?
It was like there were all kinds of rules about like what telepaths couldn't do. Walter Koenig was a psychop.
Like busting them for doing things that they shouldn't. Get out of my head.
Actually, he mostly did things that he shouldn't.
Oh,
because
he was a bad cop.
Yeah, he was a cop. Yes,
he was a cop.
I thought that part. I thought I made that clear. That
it is kind of redundant.
Cop.
The whole bad cop is redundant. I apologize.
I still wish that guy had released the ska version of his song. Like,
I know, right?
Recorded an actual studio version of that with all the.
He did. He is working on it. The last I saw, he's literally like, I'm trying. Here's my setup, and it was him in a closet. And he's like got a little audio thing. He's like, I bought this audio thing and I hooked it up to my laptop. I'm trying to figure out how to do all this.
Gosh. So he has no idea what he's doing. No. That's even better.
I was like, and all of these people in his comments were like, just send me the audio. I'll take care of it.
Oh, funny. That makes it so much better that he has no idea what he's doing.
Oh, yeah. Not a clue. He just wrote a banger and was like, cool.
Yeah.
It's sad though, because his version isn't the ska version.
Well, right. Because
and like even if there is like a CD release or whatever,
it's still not going to be the ska version.
And I think he needs to get all of those people together and do a studio. They would totally
do it too.
Fuck
like
yeah.
You know they would all do it.
That would be amazing. There need to be more TikTok supergroups.
Yes.
Like the song is called.
Isn't it Call a Cab?
Call a Cab.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically like, if something bad happened to me, I would call a cab. And it talks about if I called the police, there'd be someone to come fill out paperwork. But instead I call a cab.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's really good. But yeah, make sure when you listen to it, you find the ska version, because and they're like some dude like busts out a Hammond B3. Like,
of course,
it gets a little crazy.
Like, why wouldn't you?
I think you and I were just sending those back and forth. Like every time there was a new instrument, it's like, here you go.
And the weird thing is it like someone's got to do a doctorate on this at some point, because they will spider out, but they end up wrapping back into one another and becoming these weird variations that are all based on the same thing.
Because I think like it started out with the original, and then like a drummer picked up on it, and then the bass player dude picked up on it, and then Ska Tune Network got to it.
But like from the bass player, tons of people took off with it and took it in totally different directions. But the ska one just kept going until like the last 3 videos I saw were just people skanking on top of people skanking on top of people skanking on top of a full ska band.
Because that's what you do, right? Like when you're presented with ska, you eat mozzarella sticks and you skank.
Exactly. It got to the point where you could no longer hear the original song anymore. because it had been buried under so
Layered
much
so
stuff. It was like, this
Somebody
is why we
busted out a bass saxophone. Like,
Dude, it's amazing. I love TikTok.
oh, it was so much fun.
Absolutely amazing. Yes. I'm trying to figure out a signal chain
Okay.
for my guitar
Okay.
because I don't know what to do.
Well, so okay, so you've got two mic pre's, right?
Mm-hmm.
So plug one of them in and you only got one mic going into it, right?
Yeah, no, I've got it
so you got
running.
that.
Currently, I've got it. So, like, I pull up Guitar Rig because I have Guitar Rig
Yeah.
somehow, and I play with it through that. But the Guitar Rig stuff isn't that great, if I'm being completely honest. It's fine, but it just, I don't know. I want stuff that sounds better.
Yeah,
And the
that's
only
fair.
thing I can think of is like pulling open Reaper and like running everything into it, and like that just seems like a lot of work. Like, I just want.
What did Studio One?
I was actually pondering like maybe buying an amp, which makes my heart feel weird because like I didn't think I would ever want an amp.
Well, if you get like a good mod,
Don't
okay,
do
let's
that to Reaper. I'm gonna put all the cables inside a Reaper.
let's shop for modeling guitar amp.
There
You definitely
is
like a good amp model or something you can like plug headphones in and also like best modeling amps 2023.
I'm gonna show you a thing that I've had my eye on. I might actually do this weekend because they have a demo version of this thing.
Here we go. There's the Boss Katana 100 for price please. 380.
Ooh. Shnikes.
A little
It's a little more than I was wanting to spend on.
okay. Line 6. Is Line 6 any good anymore? Or are they just not good?
They're all right. I think people are still like, they're mainly, this is your hardware amp.
Oh,
You
yeah.
pretend
okay.
to be other hardware amps.
And then like Line 6 Spider. And how much are
What is?
like check price? Not nice.
If I tell you I'm playing my latest obsession and I give you one guess what I'm doing, what would that guess be? You are knitting.
Okay, so here's
Did I win?
the Fender Mustang LT50. That's $250. Like, is that like a modeler or is that? Oh, 1x12 guitar combo amplifier with 20 amp models.
Fishing in Darnassus. Of course you are. And yes, Boss Katana sounds like a dude, bro. It sounds like a level like the third level bad guy in an arcade game from the 80s.
Oh, here you go. So there's a LT25. That's an 8-inch. Should still have the same amount of amp models. Oh, no, it doesn't, though.
Oh, I forgot about amplitude. That's a thing, right? There's a company. Where is their shit? These guys.
What guys?
Let me find their Neural DSP.
Okay.
I will drop a link in the thinger.
14 best.
Can't get the Mulan soundtrack. These people, they build simulations for specific guitarists.
Oh, okay.
But then you can like swap stuff out if you want. So that's kind of cool. And they have a hardware box that you can put the stuff into, but I don't know if I'd care that much about that. I might just do like a plug-in because their hardware's
Yeah,
expensive.
a lot of these are like they're gonna be so bad that you don't want them.
Yeah. And plus, I like stuff that sounds weird. So I don't know if like just a raw amp sim is gonna be
Right. Let's
what
see.
I want. Which is why I was like, what I really need is something that I can plug, some piece of software that I can plug my guitar into and load one of my bajillion VSTs in. Because I've got VSTs for days. I got distortion. I've got everything I could possibly want. I just need something that can react in real time.
Let's see. No, I don't need that. Amplitude.
Amplitude.
And see, a lot of these are like, I don't trust them.
Yeah.
I've never heard of them. Like, I've heard of Amplitude and Guitar Rig, I know. And like Line 6 used to be good, but I don't know if they're still good. Like, I kind of feel like technology passed Line 6 up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. Because they kind of like, they did really well in the 90s. And then,
yeah, like the pod came out and everyone was like, holy cow, this is amazing.
But then they're still on the pod. Like they're still doing that. And it's like, bro, it's been 30 years. Time to come up with something new.
Let's see.
So this
Amp simulator pedals, maybe?
So this thing looks amazing. It's $2,000. I'm not.
All right.
That is 3 times the price of my guitar. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Oh God. I don't know. So that's the thing. I also need to find a local Luther. Luthier? Is it Luther? Lutheran? Isn't that what you... Can you fix my guitar?
You should find a guitar Lutheran. There should be one. Let's see. I'm trying to remember where you live.
Lexington, Kentucky. There's
like Will Cut Guitars.
Yeah.
Don Wilson Music Company.
There's a Hearst Music is close to me. I don't know if they actually
let's find out.
have guitars. Like they're one of those like
Hearst Music website. They seem to mostly be like band, like high school band.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So that's not great. I mean, I guess I could take it over to Wilcott. That's just all the way across town. I don't want to go all the way across town. There's Willis Music. Oh, I could still make it over there. No, I couldn't. It'd take me longer than 7 minutes. I don't know. That's a thing that I need to do, though.
Yeah, but there's a couple places.
Yeah.
Wilcott, Willis, Guitar Center.
Yeah, definitely gonna go to Guitar Center. Willis Music is where I went to noodle around with the one that they had in there, and they seem nice. So maybe I'll take it there or call them and see if they can do setup on it for me. I just don't want to set it up. I'm lazy.
Well, no, and you kind of, especially the first time, like, you want to just have somebody do it.
Yeah.
Right.
I need the intonation to be right. Like I don't know how to do that right.
And there's math involved in that.
I know. Like math. I do enough of that as it is. I don't need more. Stupid. Stupid math and fucking time. Time and math and time.
I still want to find you an amp modeler, though.
No. Even like a little... I remember a store near Raleigh, North Carolina that I think only sold grand pianos. I guess you sell one a year and you're good. Yeah, I guess so.
I mean...
How much is a grand piano?
Not as much as you think.
Grand. Here's Steinway, Detroit.
Line 6 Pod Go review 2023. Is it worth it? So I'm basically like reading this review to find out like if it says what you should actually get.
That's fair. I don't know enough about pianos to know what's good. Is it better if they're bigger?
It depends.
Like there's 5-foot ones, 6-foot ones, and 8-foot ones.
Let's see. So Yamaha. Let's do an 8-foot grand.
And I'm on Steinway.
$26,000.
That's actually better than I thought it would be.
Well, and Yamaha's like good, so
yeah.
Yeah, like a 6-foot 7,000.
God. But then you have to pay another $1,000 to have someone come tune it.
Oh, tuning's like $100. Like not a big deal.
Oh, okay. I've never. You have a piano, right?
Yes, I have a 1913 Baldwin Baby Grand piano.
Damn. I didn't know it was a baby grand. Do you even play piano?
Not well. Not as much as Mrs. Pastor would like me to.
Does Mrs. Pastor play piano?
No, but it is the piano from her church.
Okay. So it just kind of hangs out?
Yeah, mostly. I need to play it more.
You should take a class.
I need to. I mean, I took lessons for a really long time, and I kind of did steal it from a church, actually. So I knew the pastor, and he said he was getting a new piano for the church, and I was just like, "What are you doing with the old one?" And he goes, "Well, we don't know. Like, I would like a piano." And he goes, "Okay, why don't you pay for the piano movers?" And I'm like, "Okay."
Wow.
So I got the piano from them, but apparently, like, he and the music director at the time never told anyone where the piano went. They just assumed it like they just threw it away or something. I don't know.
Weird.
So when Mrs. Pastor and I first started dating, like the first time she came over to my house, she was like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, that would be weird.
That's where that went?
Why do you have my church's old piano? I often wish I could play piano, but just like Chico Marx. I wish I would have taken piano lessons when I was younger. I think it would have been better for me.
Good night. That is a lot more money than I thought it was fixing to be.
Are you still looking at amps?
Yeah, the Neural DSP Quad Cortex is at $1,800.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm like, that's dope, but
yeah,
expensive.
it's not that dope. You can get a case for it for $120 though.
Oh, well, I'll just use the case. That's fine.
All right, let's see. Shot by category: guitars, guitar pedals and effects. Yeah, sure. Multi-effects pedals.
Best
Let's
amp
do
modelers,
price range 100 to 300. Let's see.
Quad Cortex.
There is a Zoom G1X4.
I've heard good things actually about the Line 6 Helix.
Okay.
Which is like a foot pedal. I think it was good things. I don't remember.
So the Zoom G1X, 13 amp models, a looper.
Ooh, it has a looper? I kind of want one of those too.
So let's see. 68 built-in drum patterns.
Holy crap, 68 whole drum patterns.
Okay, you can record and loop up to 30 seconds of audio.
Oh, that's not.
But I don't know if that's like 30 seconds total or.
Probably. I would bet it's total. They have 30 seconds of space. Do with it what you will.
Yeah, that's probably it. 70 plus traditional and boutique effects. 13 amplifier and cabinet models. an expression pedal so you can do the wah-wahs.
Wah wah. I mean, some of these look okay.
Is it
Guitar multi-effect. Which one are you looking at?
the Zoom G1X4?
G1. I don't see a G1X. I see a G1. Oh, there it is. G1X4. There's also the G24.
Oh.
The G2X4. I don't know. It's an extra $100.
And you can still get a Line 6 Pocket Pod.
Of course. Why wouldn't you be able to do that? They have preamps. Zoom has preamps.
Why is the G2X? Why is that much more money?
It has an extra 15 seconds of looping time. No, I'm joking.
Oh no, it has 80 seconds of looping time.
Holy shit, you could almost do a whole song.
You could almost. High grade looping potential.
Lord have mercy. We like them high grade things.
And it does have a couple more effects, amp models. But yeah, like, I think that's, like, if Guitar Rig's not doing it for you.
Yeah, maybe I need to play with it more. I don't know. It feels lacking. But that is kind of, I've fallen back into the guitar wormhole.
Nice.
Which is a fucking money pit.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah. I need to go to the little boy's room.
Yes, let's take a break.
While we are gone, what is your favorite piano?
What is your favorite piano?
Yes. And that's the end of the question. You can take it however you would like it to be taken. When I say what is your favorite piano, I would like to know what it is.
What is the first thing that pops in your head?
Yes.
What is your favorite piano?
Yes. And with that, we will be right back. We're back.
We're back.
I got a pussy.
I was hunting down a smell.
Ooh. Was it a good smell or a bad smell?
It was not a good smell. I have a feeling like it's an outside smell that was wafting in.
Oh, yeah, that does happen.
It does happen when you have the windows open.
True. So what is your favorite piano?
My favorite piano... Like, I'm going to go with my grandma's piano.
Oh, okay.
Like, just because when I think of pianos, like, that was the first piano to pop into my head.
Okay.
Because, like, my grandma had a piano. And, like, just, you know, that's...
I like it.
Yeah.
It was an upright, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was an upright.
Yeah. Like, I think my grandma and your grandma had the same piano, I think.
It's entirely possible. I think everyone's grandma had that piano.
Let's see. I am fond of the upright because I learned to play on it, but I also love keyboards because you can get all the different instruments on that.
Oh, that is true.
Whatever piano Rolf the dog plays. That's fair.
I like it. Yep.
I was going to go with Linus.
Oh, the Linus piano, yeah.
Yeah. So
I could also go with the piano from Ghostbusters. When he does that thing.
ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That was an option.
What are other famous pianos? Is there like a list of famous pianos?
Oh, I don't know.
Famous piano. Piano songs. Pieces. I don't know if there are famous pianos. It wasn't Linus. I know. Who was it? It was
No, Linus had a piano. Okay, 10 most famous pianos.
It was Schroeder that was the piano player.
Oh, that's right. Casablanca, the As Time Goes By piano.
Oh, that's fair.
Sold at auction for $3.4 million.
Jesus.
Steinway & Sons, Pictures in an Exhibition piano. That was $2.5 million. The Fibonacci piano, which was decorated with a Fibonacci spiral. The Sound of Harmony piano.
Okay.
John Lennon's piano.
That's fair.
And I think they're all just weird.
There's a crystal piano. The Heinzmann crystal piano, $3.22 million. There's the Fibonacci one. John Lennon. I don't know, man. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. There's a piano made out of crystal. I don't know how to process that. That's a lot.
I mean...
Whoa, did you see this Galaxy piano?
Yeah, that one was a trip.
What? Okay. Whatever piano Beethoven played on. Not the musician, but the dog. That's fair.
No, that's fair.
That's good. Yeah. You got any big plans for this weekend?
Got to make a Home Depot run.
Ooh. For anything fun? Toilets? Are you buying toilets?
No toilets.
Oh.
We're getting... This trip is for trash bins.
Okay.
Because we have like these like really unpleasant trash cans. Like the city doesn't just give us a trash bin.
Really?
Like, yeah, like we're paying for 7 bags worth of trash service.
Ha.
So like you could, I don't know why they just don't use bins, because the same company uses bins in other places. So
do they explain like how big a bag? Because you could just have like, okay.
Up to 42 gallon.
Oh, that's a fucking big ass bag.
Right. So basically, like I'm gonna get like 2 trash and 1 recycling, like 40 gallon ish bins with wheels and a lid. Because
weird.
Like,
I've never been somewhere where they didn't just give those to you.
The last time that was a thing was when I was a kid, like where you had to like get your own. And then I have to figure out like, how do you throw away a trash can? Like, think about it, right? Like, how do you throw away a trash can?
It's a fucking good point.
Reaper, how would you advise a customer to throw away a trash can? Because I don't want the trash can that we have anymore.
If someone called and said, I've been trying to throw my trash can away for 3 months, but they just keep emptying it and
not
putting
picking it up. Yeah.
Oh, he has the answer.
Oh, okay. What is the answer? Do I have to take it to the landfill myself?
No, you put a note on it that says, this trash can is trash. You break it down and place the pieces inside the recycle bin.
Okay, so additional point, how do I throw away a recycling bin?
You put the trash can in it, and then you break it down and put it in the trash can.
Okay,
come on,
got
man.
it, yeah. Okay.
I mean, I feel like you could just spray paint on it. Like,
just put
this is trash. I mean, you couldn't just put trash because they would be like, oh, they're just trying to sell
this item is trash.
Please take me. That maybe
trash
that.
me. Maybe.
Dear trash man. Dear trash people. That sounds bad. It sounds like you're making fun of them. You're trash people. Dear
disposal company. No.
Dear, what are they called? Reaper?
Sanitation engineers.
They're sanitation engineers. Is that?
I don't
Did you
know.
just make that shit up?
It's in a video game.
You should also be able to take it to the distribution center. How do you throw away a trash truck? you drive it into the trash heap, and then you just
break it down,
and you put it in the trash can.
The recycle bin.
Put it in the back of the truck in front of it. Sanitation driver.
So dear sanitation driver, this is trash.
You literally work for the trash people, and you spelled sanitation wrong. I love it.
Wait, you get 2 trash bags per week? Oh, that's rough, Barlazy.
Unless you pay for special tags to tie extra trash bags.
Oh man.
See, we use like
you just probably have the bins, right?
Yeah, we have the bin, but we did like our recycle goes out like once every other month, and then our trash, like we have like half of a black bag of trash every week. That's it. Like we don't really have a lot of trash.
We usually have. I mean, I guess we usually only have like 1 or 2 bags of trash. Like it's more because we've been moving, but like we always have recycling though. Oh, so your trash service is free, but you have to pay for the cans.
Interesting.
Whereas here we pay for the cans and the trash service.
And see, here we pay for the service, but we get the cans for free. Apparently, Kansas City is like North Carolina, where you get a giant rolling bin for all 3. Oh. It's fascinating to me that trash is so different.
Because we don't even have green waste. Like.
Oh. Really? So you have no way to like throw limbs away.
There's probably like a place to take them, but we don't have like green waste pickup.
Do you know if they do like here once a year?
Let me find out.
In spring.
We have private, like it's a private gas, like it's a private, definitely the mob garbage company.
Sasquatches come out every new moon to sort our stuff for the trash totems. They'll spawn to magically take it all away. Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
Like local family-owned company, definitely the mob.
A trash company that's locally owned by a family? Yes. There are bodies in that.
Residential service information. Put in my address.
Like, because here we have a green bin, but like here there's one run every year where they're like, just bring all of your yard waste out and we will scoop it all up in one go. And they have these giant vacuums that suck up all the stuff.
All right, so here we go.
Almost all landfills have bodies in them.
Especially the dude with the diaper.
Wait, hold on. Because why? Why are there bodies in all the landfills?
The diaper dude.
I mean, but they're actively telling him he can't be buried in the landfill.
Well, you can't be buried there.
But how are there bodies in the landfill if you're not buried in the landfill?
So here's what I get for my trash service. Up to 7 42-gallon containers or 7 42-gallon plastic bags every other week recycling collection, and one bulky waste item to be picked up in the first full week of each month.
Jesus, that's hard.
So like I could put like a fridge out on the front, like out in front of my house, and they'd pick it up once a month.
Interesting.
Each container or plastic bag cannot exceed 42 gallons in size or 40 pounds in weight. So if it's less than, so if I can like do something that's 100 pounds, but it has to be less than 42 gallons. Right?
I guess.
But yeah, then there's no like, they offer roll off dumpsters if I need a dumpster. From ranging from 10 yards to 30 yards. Put stuff on the curb.
When Reaper worked at the landfill, they knew of at least 6 people who were buried there, but they could not find the bodies.
Oh.
How does someone get buried in a landfill and you're aware that there's a body in the landfill, but you have no idea where the body is? Like, how do you know that there's a body there in the landfill somewhere? Like, did someone say, I murdered this person and put them in the trash? That's fascinating.
Let's see.
Could I kill someone and get away with it if I put them in a landfill? Because the criminals confessed they dumped the bodies in the landfill.
Oh, okay. All right, so I can dispose of holiday trees.
Okay.
Remove decorations, do not place in bags or containers. Cut the tree so that the branch spread is no more than 4 feet across and trunk pieces are no more than 6 feet in length. Hedge cuttings, limbs, and branches from trees must be securely tied in bundles not exceeding 3 inches in diameter and 36 inches in weight or in length and weighing no more than 40 pounds. One bundle is considered one bulk waste item.
Oh,
so,
you can do one 3-inch wide bundle of sticks every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
No,
every month because it's a bulk item.
month.
Once a month.
That's ridiculous. Come on.
Carpets, rugs, and padding must be cut in sections no longer than 36 inches in length and securely rolled and tied weighing 40 pounds or less. One section is considered one bulk waste item.
We had to do that with ours, but they took it all when we put it out there.
Mattresses or box springs for our workers' protection, wrap them in plastic, tape securely closed with duct or packing tape to prevent any possible exposure to infectious pests. One item is considered one bulk waste item for the month.
Yes, you are allowed to get rid of one faggot a month.
Apparently, yes.
One of my coworkers told me how he was talking to some Hell's Angels, and they told him they would kill a person, wrap the body in carpet, piss on them, and then take it to the dump, and no one would check because of the smell.
Oh.
And my coworker wasn't someone who would make up stories like that. That's, I mean...
Okay, so here's what I can't put in there. No refuse caused by repairs. No exercise equipment or items requiring more than one person to lift. No basketball hoops, garage doors, furnaces, hot water tanks, organs, picnic tables, riding lawnmowers, swimming pools, swing sets, etc.
Hold on. You could do the etc. probably covers it. I was going to say you could do you can't do an organ, but you could do a piano.
I'd imagine that would be the etc.
Yeah. It's just weird that they would choose an organ because most people I would think would go to
piano. Yeah. Items that will not be picked up. Paving materials, 55-gallon drums, grease drums, large vehicle parts, brushes, shrubs, and other vegetation with soil attached. Tree trunks or tree limbs more than 3 inches in diameter. Items not accepted: tires, batteries, asbestos, any devices containing mercury, such as thermostats. That makes sense. Basically, all the stuff that you don't want going into like water.
That's fair. I'll let that one slide.
And if you have a private road that they have to dry up, you need to sign a waiver that says that you won't sue them for breaking your private stuff.
That's fair, I guess. Do you have a private road that they have to drive up?
Not.
Oh, man.
No private road. No waiver for us.
What a lame house you bought. It doesn't even have a private road.
I know.
I mean, you could technically just make a road, right?
We could make a private road.
There you go. Just make a private road.
We might have to if they don't let us put a driveway off of the main street.
Are they pretending like they won't? How does
Well,
that
it's a
work?
state road, so you never quite know. Like,
Oh.
you never quite know what state departments of transportation are going to do.
I mean, you could just like if you just pick a spot and say this is the road now and just start driving it. What are they going to do?
Well, right, but it's different if you like want to put in an actual driveway.
I mean, as long as it's on your side of the road,
Well,
it doesn't
sometimes.
really matter, right?
I looked into getting like we were looking into putting in an entrance to the old church I was at, like from the state road that was on the other side. And they were like, you have to Pastor's Private Road, good band name or horror film.
Or porn.
Speaking of porn, have you heard about the Pornhub documentary on Netflix?
Yes, I'm like halfway through it.
What is it?
It's interesting. Okay. A lot more has happened because of Pornhub than you would think.
Well, I know that like they've gotten in trouble several times for things that really should have kind of shut them down.
Yeah. That and yeah, like the big topic of conversation in that documentary is about rights and rights to videos and how they are trying to deal with that.
Well, I know a lot of that is like issues of copyright law because like if like just because you're in a video does not mean you own the video.
Right. But then there's also the other side of it where people are uploading videos without other
Right.
people's consent.
Right.
There's a lot. There's a lot. The non-porn ones, yeah. There's the dude that went famous during lockdown for just telling it was like the good boyfriend.
Oh yeah.
And he would do like, I'm just here to tell you you're doing a wonderful job or whatever. Or here's a
Yeah.
video of me cleaning the house. I was like, that's actually kind of cool.
What was the Now, so is this the documentary that's like funded by the like super conservative Christian group?
No. I mean,
Okay.
it definitely doesn't have like a Pornhub is the devil vibe to it.
Okay.
If anything, it's kind of pro Pornhub. Like it's talking about technology that they helped kind of invent and things.
Okay.
It's interesting. I mean, it's interesting because they are talking to a lot of the people who make their money on Pornhub and getting their opinions about the stuff that Pornhub's done, which is kind of cool.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But it is a little weird that there's an entire documentary about Pornhub. Like, why not X Hamster? Huh? X videos. Come on. RedTube. Like, there's so many.
Hi, puppy dog.
Oh,
What are you doing?
so I heard you were talking about porn.
Apparently.
So I thought I'd come say hello.
Came right up.
That's one reason why VHS beat beta. They say that, but supposedly it's not true. But then they are constantly citing that. So one of the other things they talk about in the documentary is
Because they always cite that like porn is why Blu-ray and not HD DVD.
right. It's always been like porn's the leader. And one of the things that they were talking about is that like AI and deep fakes and how are they going to deal with that? And does that like if I were to make a deep fake of a famous person, is that bad?
Right. I mean, it seems like it should be.
But then maybe not, because it's not them.
That's really messy.
Yeah, super messy. And they're talking about like how if they can figure that out, it'll be the other thing. Like that'll be them porn leading technology into another.
But I was
era.
like, I feel like it's not so much that porn like decides what they're just very good at being early adopters because they're just gonna make money however they can. So they're just gonna like
Yeah.
I imagine they released porn on both Blu-ray and HD and beta and VHS, and like whichever one was cheaper for them probably is the one that won.
Yeah. And that's really like how it really plays out. It's just because they're first, everybody thinks
right.
They choose. Deepfakes are problematic because people who see it are dumb and can't tell it's fake. Right. So how do you if you could come up with an algorithm or something that could look at a video and say, no, this is a deepfake, do you flag those videos? Do you take them down? Do you label them?
Yeah, that's tough.
Do you say these people don't have your permission? Like,
but it's something that the law is going to have to catch up with, right?
Oh, they'll never get there though. They're not caught up to where we are now.
Right, but like eventually they're going to have to figure it out because it's like the copyright stuff. Like the loophole was if someone took a video of you and posted it without your permission, for a while there was nothing you could do.
Right.
Like you didn't actually have a legal recourse because like you didn't own any of the rights to that.
Right. You still technically don't. I don't know. It's a fucking mess.
Well, then like the law hadn't, like it took a while for the law to catch up to like issues of consent around.
Is it parody? Then it's yeah. Is porn parody?
Yeah.
There is a lot. Actually, you could not do that with an actor in a commercial because of Back to the Future. We can all blame Back to the Future for fixing deepfakes because the original actor would still own the rights to their image. So, and you cannot use an actor's image without their permission. So maybe that'll fix the whole.
So maybe that
thing.
would be the one that would straighten it out. Is
like watch Back to the Future be the law that the rules that end up fixing the deepfake problem. That would be
because
really
that's the argument that college athletes ended up winning on. Like basically, like everyone was making money off of college athletes except for college athletes.
Right.
And there was a court ruling that was like, no.
They actually have say
They do,
over
they
you.
do have they can say who uses their name, image, and likeness.
Yeah. Which really, it's kind of funny because they I love this.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because really the only power that gives them is the power to tell people that they can't do stuff, right? Like
no, they
that's the
can
power.
actually make money off of their name, image, and likeness now.
Well, right. But nobody's just going to go give them money, right? Like the people who were making money off of them were like the schools.
Right, but like now they are able. So I mean, that's the whole thing with that gymnast, right? That's like blowing up on TikTok and everywhere. Like she's making all sorts of money because she can now.
Like, am I missing something in that story? I feel like I'm missing something. Like, she's attractive, sure, but
yeah.
There's lots of attractive.
I think that's
athletes.
I think that's most of it.
But like people got really into gymnastics because of like one attractive person. That seems really weird to me.
I mean, have you met dudes on the internet?
That's fake. When you go to most major theme parks, there is a disclaimer on the back of tickets that says, by using the tickets, you give them the rights to use your likeness.
Oh, well, that's different.
Commercials. Yes.
That is like, that's like the EULA on video games, right? Like, that's just the thing that you agree to, like, even though no one ever pays attention to it, like.
And like technically every social media site that you are a part of has the right to use your likeness in commercials.
They own you. Like you usually waive the rights to pretty much all of your stuff,
which is getting better. We're getting better at that. We're not there yet.
It is getting better.
We still have a ways to go, I think. A little bit.
But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that, and a lot of the things that's like, if you don't agree, it just means you don't get to go to the theme park. Like,
right. Yeah, they're like, well, just don't come inside then. You're fine.
And most of that is like they're not actively seeking out someone. It's just so that they don't have to get every single person that like is in the background of a photo to sign a waiver.
Right. So I have a weird question.
Oranges.
Here's a. All right. So, so if I'm in if Jared Leto is walking down the street and I have a friend run up behind him and hold up a sign that says "I love Cheetos," and I take a picture of him with a big sign behind him that says "I love Cheetos," can I use that picture? He's in public. Like, he has no right to privacy if he's in public, but can...
I mean, isn't that the whole argument of like why paparazzi exist?
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Shit. I guess that would be...
Like, if anything, you'd get in trouble. You'd get in more trouble for like infringing on Cheetos' trademark.
Well, I was thinking, like, if I was Cheetos, could you just, like, run up behind a famous person and hold up a sign that says "I love Cheetos"? Or would you get in trouble for that? Since you're...
That might get into the Back to the Future stuff.
Because it's there. But then wouldn't paparazzi... Wouldn't they have rights to their image with paparazzi?
Well, no, because they're not like selling anything with it. Like, they're just selling the image. They're not trying to sell Cheetos with the image.
So if paparazzi... Hold on. So if paparazzi took a picture of Jared Leto standing underneath a sign that says "I love Cheetos," and then they sold it to Cheetos, and Cheetos went, "Sweet, we're going to use this picture that we paid for to sell some
like,
Cheetos."
I think Cheetos would be the one that would get in trouble for that.
I mean, it feels like it, but it also feels weird that, like, I don't know. Most allow pictures in public without consent, and most photographers adhere to a code of ethics. Like, I don't take pictures of strangers' kids. I mean, that's fair. That might end you up in jail, whether it's legal or not.
Because like that's the thing. Like, that's how, like, we have a doorbell camera, and it's very like it's on a main street, but like there is, if you're walking down the street, then like that is a public place. When you're walking down a public street,
Well, yeah, because I guess
like there's no expectation of privacy on a public street.
so. I guess it's if you're using that. Oh well, and that comes back to the tattoo woman, who's getting sued by the photographer. She was doing a tattoo of a picture that this photographer had taken.
Yeah.
And he's suing, and everybody's like, how can he sue her for doing a tattoo? But in reality, it's because she had his picture hanging in her booth when she was doing the tattoo, and they took a picture of her doing the tattoo in her booth and were using that to promote her.
Right.
And they were like, no, you can't do that because...
And like some of that is like...
It's a little weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Feels weird.
But it does get complicated because like in some states, so like in Utah, it was a one-party consent recording thing.
Right.
So as long as one party in the conversation agreed to record the conversation, then you could record it.
Right.
Pennsylvania is two-party consent.
Oh.
So like for our indoor camera, like we basically like we just need to like tell folk, hey, we do have a camera, it records audio. Like,
but
because like outside there's no expectation of privacy, but inside like there might be.
Weird. But if it's in your own house,
well, and then we would just record, like we could potentially just have to like turn off the audio recording. It depends on what the event, like it depends on what the thing is. Now our camera's in our living room, so it's like it's in a public area of the house.
right?
Now,
But
like
would
if
there
you put
be-
it in the bathroom, then it's automatically a no-go.
Would there be an expectation of privacy in someone else's living space?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. That seems weird. I don't know. See, like, This is
Like that's where it gets really messy.
I know this isn't correct at all, but it's funny to me. Like, if you had a visitor over,
You're welcome, Starzy.
You recorded it, and then like something happened, you had to bring the recording out. You could say, well, it was 2-party consent. Me and my wife both consented to being recorded. I don't understand what the problem is.
So like there have been times when like a crime happened and it was recorded without like the other person's consent and it was not admissible. Although most of the time, like, you can't have an expectation of privacy for criminal activity.
Which defeats the purpose of the 2-party recording thing, right? Because most of the time you're recording people because
but because like it would not be allowed in as evidence. Like if you were to like record a crime happening, like the video recording would be okay, but the audio wouldn't be admissible. Because like video, if it's just video recording, then it's like a security camera, right?
So you have...
But if there's audio recording, then it might not be admissible because like the crime is presumed to not have been committed by the person until it's like a jury says it was.
So you have to have both people's consent to record them talking, but you can record video of them talking without their consent. That's fine.
I believe so, yes. Because they all come from wiretap laws.
I know. It's just, see, the government's never going to get caught up to deep fakes when we haven't even gotten away from wiretaps.
And it's because, like, security cameras are fine, but it's the audio recording because of wiretap laws that's interesting.
Oh, God. I hate those guys that try to push the laws of public recording by going to places and get them to come out. There's a channel on YouTube called Lackluster. Wait, is it Lackluster? No, it's Audit the Audit, where they take those interactions with the auditors and he breaks down like all of the laws involved with what's going on. It's hilarious, actually, because most of the time, like, it's 50-50. Half the time they know their shit and that what they're doing is right, and half the time they have no idea what they're talking about. Oh. I love it. Ohio is a one-party state, and let me tell you about the batshit things I've recorded my mom saying. Ask Pastor, I believe I've sent him some. So wait, bonkers. Did you really turn your camera off when Stars visited?
Well, yeah. It's just polite.
Weird. I mean, okay. It's polite, I guess. I never.
Like, she was there, like, watching our animal, like when we weren't there, especially. Like,
see, like that seems like when you would want to have the camera on. Like, I trust Star. I'm just saying, like, in general, wouldn't that be when you want the camera on to make sure Stars isn't like rifling through your shit?
Yeah, like in that particular situation, like the camera was in the living room, she was crashing on the couch.
Okay, that's a little better. That's a little better.
I don't want video of Starzy sleeping. Like, that's creepy.
That's a little creepy. I just meant, like, in general, the purpose of putting a camera inside of your house is to catch people in your house doing things that they're not supposed to do, right?
Right, but I don't want to watch her doing things that she is supposed to do because she was like, that's creepy.
No, I completely understand, but when people come over and are in your home alone and you're like, I want to be polite and turn the camera off, then what the fuck is the point of the camera? Like, why even turn it on at all?
Well, like, if we're home, like, that's different. But, like, I didn't want to have a camera on her while she was sleeping because that's creepy.
Okay, so what's the camera for? What are you?
Well, most of the time it's to make sure the dog doesn't get into any trouble while we're not home.
Okay.
But it was like in that particular situation where, like, Starzy was sleeping in the room that the camera was in.
No, I completely agree that it's super fucking creepy. It's just funny to me. It's funny to me that, like, in the time, like, for me, if I were to put a camera in my house, it would be to watch to make sure the people in my house when I wasn't here were not doing shit they shouldn't be doing.
Yes, saying we can remote access the camera from the phone and talk through it.
Ooh, nice. I learned something about Seder today. What did you... that if I put a camera in my house, it would be for a purpose that I would use it for?
Well, and so if like in this house, for instance, like if Starzy were to come back by, like, then the camera that's in the living room, yeah, we would probably just leave that on because that keeps an eye on the house, because she would have a room to go to that would be like a private room for her.
You're both getting leeway with me for the pets. I get that. That makes sense. I had forgotten about the dog, which is dumb because it was literally the reason. Here. Well, and it was literally the reason that Stars was in your house, right? It was to say,
right, but was to keep an eye on the dog. Yeah, Stars will never cat sit for Seder now.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I will say at one point there was a camera in our bathroom that nobody knew about.
Dude.
We had people coming in and out of our house. Like on the weekends, there were lots of people in our house, like partying and doing stupid shit. And we wanted to get some of it on camera. It didn't last very long.
So you put it in the bathroom?
Yes, absolutely. Where do you think all the fun stuff at a party's happen?
I mean, that's a good point, but that is gross, sir. You are gross.
Oh, absolutely. It was disgusting. It didn't last very long because nobody actually did anything interesting when it was in there.
No. Should have put it in the garage.
No, we didn't have a garage at the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The bathrooms are where it's at. If you go to a party and someone invites you to the bathroom, that's like getting into the VIP room of that party. The bathroom is where the drugs are. The bathroom is where people are half naked. The bathroom is where, like, weird shit's going on.
There's inevitably someone that's trying to poop in the sink.
Like, I've never had someone try to poop in my sink.
Oh, well. Apparently, I've been to crazier parties than you.
I did have a girl one night in one of our bathrooms. She was stripped completely naked, sitting on the toilet, bawling, like hard crying because she had to pee. And we were like, okay. There were 4 of us in the room with her going, no, it's okay. You can just let it go. Like right now, just let it go. And she was afraid that she was going to get in trouble for peeing or something. I don't know. It was weird. She was very drunk.
Was she?
She was very drunk.
Okay.
Very drunk. I can confirm, I also got flirted on twice in a bathroom. Nice. I never get invited to parties, let alone the bathroom. Aw. Bar bathrooms are where girls find new best friends. Yes.
Accurate. Yeah.
No, 100%. Like a girl's bathroom, the minute you walk into a girl's bathroom, everyone inside of that room at that moment, it is like a time warp and everyone is best friends. And the minute you leave that bathroom, everyone that was in that bathroom with you does not exist anymore.
Yep.
They're not friends anymore.
Dude bathrooms work the exact opposite. Like you are best friends outside the bathroom, then you go in the bathroom and you don't exist anymore.
Nobody talks to anybody. See, here's the problem. I understand what you're talking about, but having only been in gay clubs,
oh right, yeah, that
is a very different vibe. Very different vibe in a guy's bathroom in a gay club.
Yeah, that is where there are, that's where there's holes to pass toilet paper through.
Yeah, and which is why we spent most of our time in the women's restroom at the gay bars because horrible things would happen in the men's bathroom.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless you run them on the dance floor and then you're besties again. No, see, we would just not talk to those people ever again. I used to hang out with my female friends in the local bar in their restroom if there weren't a lot of people in the bar. Okay. Yeah. I had a friend who liked to talk while going to the bathroom. I have a coworker that does that.
It's so uncomfortable.
So have you ever been in a public bathroom and someone's on their phone on speaker?
Oh, yes.
Do you go out of your way to make extra bathroom noises?
I go out of my way to stay as far away from them as possible.
I've had people come into the bathroom like while I was on the toilet, like on the phone, on speaker. And like there's a moment of like, are they gonna hang up? And
Right.
they don't. So then I just try to make like as much bowel noise as I possibly can. And inevitably the person on the other end of the phone will go, "Are you at the bathroom?" I'm like, "There, my job is done."
That's true. If someone shows up in the bathroom on speaker, like you deserve to make the other person go, "Are you in a bathroom?"
All respect, I am not a girl. I do not know girl lot. That's fair. I'm just in this moment. I would be willing to bet that on this screen between these two windows, I have been in women's bathrooms more than that guy.
I was a custodian.
I have been in more
win.
bathrooms with other people than that guy. Being in a bathroom alone doesn't count. That's not a bathroom. That's just a room.
if you're so if I go to the bathroom by myself, I'm not going to the bathroom. I'm just in a room pooping. That's not weird.
Yeah, you're just in a room pooping alone. What's weird with that? I don't understand. I think any room that you take your pants off in is a bathroom.
Are you in the bathroom right now?
I have pants on.
Okay.
But if I were to take my pants off or drop them to my knees, yes, I would officially be in a bathroom. Except there's a cat in here with me, which makes it not a bathroom.
So cats can't be in the bathroom?
No, it's just if they're in the bathroom, then that's another person. So it officially becomes a bathroom.
So it's
no
already
longer
a bathroom
room.
because there's another person.
No, but if I'm in there alone, it's just a room that I'm shitting in.
Well, but isn't her litter box in there with you?
Yeah?
So like you're already in the bathroom.
I am outside of her bathroom. Like hers has a roof. Like her bathroom has a roof.
Oh,
so
okay.
it's a tiny room inside of a bigger room.
So okay, so if you went in there with her,
Yeah, it would be very cramped.
but then it would be a bathroom. If she just goes in by herself,
It's just a box that she's shitting in.
okay.
A tiny room
Starting to understand now.
in which she shits.
But if she doesn't wait, but she doesn't wear pants.
Correct.
So every room's a bathroom.
For her, yes.
Okay.
Well, as long as there's someone else in it, it's a bathroom.
Wait,
Otherwise,
so if you don't have pants on and you're by yourself, then it's not a bathroom.
it's just a room in which you shit. Yes, I guess.
So any
I feel
room-
like the rules are changing the further we get into this.
I feel like it is because I'm trying to understand, but you keep changing the rules on me.
Yes.
So okay. So it has to be no pants, someone else, and then it's a bathroom.
Then it's a party. If you're in a room alone with no pants and another person, it is officially a party. I don't understand
Okay.
why that is hard to believe.
No, that part tracks. I'm okay with that. I'm on board now.
I talked to Sater a few weeks ago about my annoyance with people using speaker phones in public. Yeah,
I mean that is yeah.
Also, I'm gonna need the rules to battle shits. I need to know what that is. To multitask, I'm getting all of my flight points while I'm watching the show. See, we helping people.
Like there are some flaws with this logic.
Yes, absolutely. It came out of my head. It is bound to be flawed.
Okay, because yeah, I feel like
I
feel like every room has the potential to be a bathroom, and that just doesn't seem right.
Exactly. According to Mitch Hedberg, any bathroom in any room in which you shit is now a bathroom. Any room in which you take a bath becomes a bathroom, which means for cats, every room is a bathroom because they bathe everywhere. For me, only a bathroom is a bathroom because that is where the bathtub is in which I bathe.
But not every room with a bathtub is a bathroom?
Correct, because I do not bathe in every bathroom.
That seems like it's a very you-focused system.
The world exists around me. Therefore, yeah, you're correct.
Okay. As long as we've gotten that side. So you are incredibly selfish, and the entire room is for you.
Restrooms. Oh shit! I rest in a lot of rooms. A lot of rooms.
Wait.
So
okay. Oh.
I know. See,
every room is a restroom.
Yeah. Unless you're like, I feel like if you go to the gym, maybe that's not a restroom.
No, because you need to rest. Like you work out, but then you have to rest.
Do you? I've never been to a gym.
No,
I don't
like,
know
you
how it
need-
works.
Yeah, you need a minute. Like,
Okay. So there's lots of resting in the restrooms
Yeah.
at a gym.
so I feel like a laundry room isn't a restroom.
I actually feel like what we think of as the restroom in a gym is actually not the room in which you rest.
No, that is the room in which you rest the least.
In fact, I would be willing to say I have never gone into a restroom to rest.
You know, funeral parlor toilet rooms. That's how I'm specifying this here. Funeral parlor toilet rooms are inevitably just unpleasant.
I need you to say that 3 times really quickly.
Funeral parlor toilet room. Funeral parlor toilet room. Funeral parlor. Funeral.
All right, we got to start over. One more time.
Funeral parlor toilet room. Funeral parlor toilet room. Funeral parlor toilet room.
There we go. I feel like you almost, that second one was almost a toilet room.
Toilet.
Toilet.
That's a lot of words.
It is.
Funeral parlor toilet room.
It's a lot of syllables being mashed
Yeah,
together.
I have spent a good deal of time in funeral parlor toilet rooms because I spend a lot of time in funeral parlors.
Weirdo.
And I've never been to one that has good bathrooms.
I will say every bathroom in a funeral parlor that I've ever been in, one thing you can always count on there being in those bathrooms that is not always in another bathroom is tissue paper. There's always like
there's
facial
always,
tissue.
Yes.
I was talking about their bathrooms. The funeral parlors wasn't.
Oh.
According to Mitch Hedberg, it's up to you to determine how many bathrooms your house actually has. Yet, you try to pee at a funeral parlor and everybody has an issue. Because you're peeing in the room in which the person is resting, I think is I'm explaining the joke to myself.
That's what he's getting at.
The eternal restroom of the gods, right?
The eternal restroom. Yes.
Take me to the eternal restroom. Flush me down the toilet. Just like a goldfish. Send me out to the ocean.
Get eaten by the sewer crocodile.
Sewer crocs. I ran across an interesting TikTok that made me think a little bit.
Okay.
I may have sent it to you. I'm never gonna.
I'm a little
find
scared.
It was like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, well, that's forever.
It was like this hippie dude, and he was talking about like. It started with him saying, "The other day I was walking down the road, and on the ground I found some pronouns." It was just a little thing that said he, him. And he was like, "I found some pronouns," and he was talking about how when people ask him what his preferred pronouns are, he says he doesn't have any. That pronouns are not for him. His pronouns are not for him to decide, because the only time in which you use pronouns, the only time in which you talk about someone's pronouns or use someone else's pronouns, are when you are talking to another person about the first person, right? Which isn't 100% true, but it's like 90% true.
Yeah.
So
I immediately can think of several situations in which I use your pronouns talking directly to you.
But my pronouns are not your you.
I mean, they are when I'm talking to you.
Right, because those are not my preferred pronouns. Like, that's not the pronouns that everybody has an issue with, right? They are pronouns.
It seems to be. They keep bringing up pronouns.
But they have problems with the he, him, and the they, them, and the she, her. Those are the ones that are the problematic ones.
Actually, I'm fairly sure they have problems with the he, they, the they, and the she, they. But like that's.
I think at this point, if you like, I have he, him in my TikTok profile, and I think that is problematic for some people.
Yes, that's because you are a woke monster.
I am a woke monster, as compared to a resting monster, which we know is one that just pisses wherever it wants to piss.
Yes. It's a horse.
It is a horse. But his whole thing, he went into this whole ideology basically about how I'll have to just find it and send it to you.
Okay.
It's interesting, and it made me think about shit that I can't remember now because it's been too long ago. But it was. I'll send it to you, and you'll go, "Oh yeah, you did send this to me 3 weeks ago." I have a problem with their pro status. How much are they getting paid? Right? Like
Not
mine are
enough.
That was. There's a trans woman on TikTok that does Mitch Hedberg impersonations. Like that's her whole thing.
Okay.
Right? But she does like trans jokes as Mitch Hedberg. Okay. And that's one of her that's one of like the best jokes. The first TikTok of hers I saw was pronouns. Mine aren't even intermediate nouns or something. Mine have not yet hit pro status.
Right.
Anyway. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. I'm tired. This has been a fucking hell week.
It's fair.
I
feel like I'm still like in the midst of recovering from Easter shenanigans.
Probably.
Like like it's been a week, and like nothing happened.
Yeah.
It's just been a week.
It feels like, if I think about this week, it was not a difficult week, right? It wasn't.
Right,
there was nothing difficult about it.
There was just a lot. There was a lot with this week.
It was fucking hard for some reason. I don't know why. There was nothing difficult about it, but it was hard.
Yeah, that is roughly how I feel.
Yeah, like can we all just take a week off? On a side note, what exactly did Jack Daniels do to anger?
They're pro-trans people.
They're woke monsters.
They realized that the LGBTQ population wants to drink crappy whiskey too.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that like I wish like I don't understand why that's so hard for people to understand. Like these are companies that want to make money.
Yeah.
And they realize that there is a population out there
that spends money.
That could be buying their products that they have not been marketing to. But they're going to market to them so that they spend money and buy their products.
But it's the gayification of our nation. We can't have any more of them queer pronoun people. It's against Jeebus
people.
You're taking off till Tuesday. Have you heard of the far right beer?
I know there's a far right like razor company out there.
Yeah, I saw that. Saw a video of a guy destroying the entire Jack Daniels. Yeah, including expensive rare products that he already paid for. Yeah, they're not smart people.
I rather enjoy when they go out and like buy a product to destroy it.
Yeah, that makes all the sense. That's the thing. I saw another TikTok that was explaining like the difference between boycotts when the left boycotts versus when the right boycotts. And the left boycotts to hurt a company, right? Like you boycott a company to hurt it, to make them change their policies. The right boycotts a company to share it on social media. Like it's all performative. It's all about like, I want to be part of the team too. Look how good I can be part of the team. And it doesn't matter if you give the company money that you're trying to boycott in order to prove that you're boycotting the company.
Which is exactly what the company wants.
Yeah.
Is for you to give them money.
Which is why all of these companies, like Bud Light, they don't give a shit about what's going on because it's not actually hurting their bottom line because these people are still buying their products in order to boycott them on social media.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
So they get the people who are buying their products to destroy it and the people who are buying their products because people want to support them because people are destroying it.
Missouri straight up had some legislation go fast track this week. Filed my permanent work from home request to get the fuck out. Yeah, what was Missouri's thing this week? Because there have been several.
I know I've been following stuff happening in Idaho, like
yes, you are.
Labor and delivery medical professionals are like fleeing the state because they don't know if they can do their jobs.
Yeah, that has been a thing. The ad for it's hilarious. It looks like an SNL skit. What? Fragile right-wing dad mocked for launching woke-free beer amid Dylan Mulvaney backlash. Wow. 100% woke-free. Not percent.
So
100% woke-free.
So what? Like, so where are you getting your beer from, dude? Like,
Oh God, wow. Seth Weathers, CEO of Freedom Speaks Up and conservativebody.com.
wow.
On a mission to help conservatives unlearn the government lies about food, lose weight, and get in shape. What? It's not even fucking English.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh God,
I don't understand. Like, I feel like it takes so much work to be like that cranky at so many things.
So many things that are not your business. Like, that's the thing that killed. Like, if you didn't do anything, nothing in your life would change, right?
Right.
The
Like,
fact that trans people exist and that Dylan Mulvaney got her face on a can of Bud Light does not change your world at all.
I'm always like so perplexed by the like, I don't agree with that gay lifestyle. Like, but
Okay.
so don't do it. Like, you don't be gay.
Yeah. I don't
understand. You don't need to ruin it for everyone else. Just don't do that.
Don't do the thing that you don't like doing.
Like, no one is getting hurt in this situation.
North Dakota,
except actually maybe you.
Right. You're wasting so much time thinking about other people and what they're doing in their own homes when you aren't looking. North Dakota legislature voted down a bill on free school lunches, then proceeded to vote an increase in their own meal budget. I saw
that tracks.
And
that tracks.
That does track, sadly. That is where we're at the moment. Because we live in the freest country on the planet. Did you know that?
Yep.
I read that
the leading cause of death for children is guns.
Free guns, freedom seeds is what they're called. They got hit with the freedom seeds.
I like it.
But now a trans person did it, so now
ban trans people.
We have to ban trans people from getting guns, I think is the new thing. The opening of the ultra right beer shows him looking at a woman's bathroom sign and then just shaking his head like he disapproves of women.
Are we sure? Are we sure he doesn't?
He does disapprove of women. That's the whole thing. All of the hatred. This is the thing that kills me. All of the hatred that people have toward anything that falls under the LGBTQIA umbrella comes down to we hate women. We hate women so much that the idea of a man doing anything that we consider womanly is, we can't have it.
Yeah, because like, I'm sure they're all cool with lesbians. If it's like lesbian porn lesbians.
Lesbians don't show up in conversations about homosexuality. Barely ever do lesbians show up. And when they're talking about trans people, they are never talking about FTM trans people. They're never talking assigned female at birth trans people.
It is always the men who want to go in women's bathrooms, which just, why is no one like seeing the red flag of like, why do you want to go in a woman's bathroom so much?
Yeah. Well, we know why.
Like, I mean, honestly, like,
because they're predators.
I would rather just like, okay, so there's if you've ever been down to Texas, there is a like experience that you can go to called a Buc-ee's.
Oh yeah, we have a Buc-ee's here now.
Oh, you do? Nice.
Yeah,
it's a reason to come visit.
No, it's not. It's really not.
Well, so Buc-ee's, their whole thing is fully enclosed bathroom stalls.
Oh, I've not seen that.
Like their whole thing is like having the best bathrooms you have ever seen in a gas station ever.
Interesting.
Like they are clean and again, like fully enclosed. Like all bathrooms should just be fully enclosed. And then you have like, you can still have the barrage of sinks, but like everybody could just do their business in their own room. We don't need gendered bathrooms.
We don't need gendered
because you can just
bathrooms.
go into a room and do your business.
Like literally the only reason we still have gendered bathrooms is because some reason men have to pee in urinals.
Right.
I don't understand.
Or we could just have like one bathroom.
Yeah. Like let's
one double-sized bathroom.
Like I'm not gonna lie, they don't even need to be fully enclosed rooms. If there's someone in a stall over there taking a shit, I don't care what gender they are. I really don't care.
You know, there is a weird, like, yeah, these dudes do not, like, the number of times I've gone to a concert, like, where, like, there's a huge line for the bathroom, and you finally get up there, and there's, like, 6 stalls that are open. And it's like, why aren't you just going in the stall?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't understand.
Like, and I'm like, yeah, I'm there. Like, I don't have to pee in a pee gutter.
And, yeah, the whole trough thing.
Oh.
Like, I don't understand.
Like, just to have individual, like, pee and poop places.
And
then we just don't need to worry about it anymore.
I like that. But sitting down to pee is womanly.
But you don't have to sit down to pee.
But no, you need to be standing in front of the other men so that they don't see, because they're going to think that you sat down like a woman. You need to pee in front of them like a real man. It's true. It's like you need to pee standing up in front of the rest of us so that we know you're not sitting down and peeing like a woman.
You know what? If I want to sit down and pee like a woman, I'm going to pee like a woman. I'm going to sit down because you know what? Sometimes it is just nice.
They call it a restroom for a reason. I'm going to fucking rest.
Take a rest. Like, I usually sit down to pee in my own house.
Plus, how are you supposed to look at TikToks while you're standing and peeing in your bathroom? Come on. No, that's ridiculous.
And if you get a squatty potty to get your legs up a little bit.
I know, right?
TikTok puts you in just the right position.
It does. You got your arm rests until your legs go numb, and then that's when it's...
Well, then you're like, your whole butt gets numb too. And
you know what I realized, though? This maybe...
Are you still pooping on your pants, or did you figure that out?
No. I figured that. So, like, when your legs go numb, it's your body telling you that if you don't wipe and stand up soon, things are going to start itching. Things are getting dried out down here, and it's going to become problematic. You need to stand up and finish this business.
So what you're saying is you need a bidet.
I would love a bidet. I've been seriously thinking. I just don't know how to shop for a bidet without hyperfixating on it and watching nothing but bidet videos for like 6 months.
Right.
And I don't want to do that.
That is part of the problem. Like, I don't know what to look for in a bidet.
Yeah, and I don't want to waste the time figuring out what to look for in a bidet.
Right.
Like,
I just want someone to tell me, like, this is a starter bidet.
I want a bidet professional that I can go ask about bidets and not have it be weird and feel like I'm being taken advantage of.
Right.
Because if I go to the bidet store, they're going to try to sell me the most... I don't need...
They'll try to sell you like a separate bidet.
Yeah, I don't need that.
And it's like, you just need the toilet seat bidet.
Yeah, I just need something to... on my butt, I guess. That... Please don't isolate that audio.
Pretty sure Reaper already did.
If we just make it not funny now. See, we're not laughing. Now it's not funny. So now it's not worth clipping.
I am certain that's not going to work.
It's perfect. Isn't that a Shania Twain song, Peeing Like a Woman?
Man, I pee like a woman.
Man, I pee like a woman. We're horrible people. Now I will never be able to not hear that, which is awful.
Every time you hear Shania Twain.
Dun, 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 dun. Man, I pee like a woman.
Well, that'll be in your head all weekend.
Damn it! No, I kind of want to make that song.
I mean, you could. You have a guitar.
I do have a guitar. I do have a guitar. I could make a Man I Pee Like a Woman Shania Twain cover.
Yep.
Parody. It would be a parody so that I could sell it.
It would be a parody, so so it's not copyright.
Yes. Did you know... We're going to take a break.
Okay.
We're going to get some water. Going to go pee like a woman. And come back, and then I have an idea. A thing I need to talk to you. I got a thing to talk about. While we're gone, what is your favorite... Some foreshadowing here. Oh, fine. Bye, Sang.
All right, see you, Sang.
What is your favorite slowed down trailer song? Like where they, for a trailer of a movie, they'll take like a pop song, but like slow it down and make it all slow and creepy.
Oh, okay.
And there'll be like a woman singing in a breathy voice, and it'll be like Smells Like Teen Spirit, but it's like a woman, and it's like super slow, and it's like strings and lots of reverb. You know, the slowed down trailer song.
What is your favorite, like, does it have to be one that really exists, or just one that like is in your head as like, this song would be a really good slowed down trailer song?
No, but keep that in your head. Actually, you know what? Let's change it. What if you could make a slowed down trailer song for a movie?
Song would you go
what
with?
would you go with? Ooh,
Okay.
That's even better. All right, we'll be right back. We're back.
Hello.
Slowed down version of Something in the Way. Is that not already a slowed down version?
So
Actually,
for
I
one,
think there may be a cover of Something in the Way that's super slowed down and was used in a trailer.
so for the one that's already made, I gotta give it to the like 45 of Jolene played at 33 and a third.
Oh yeah, that one's good.
Like that's just
Sounds
amazing.
Good. Yeah. You can put that on anything and sound good.
Right.
I do like Slow Down Teen Spirit. That's Come As You Are.
Like Slow Down Teen Spirit is amazing.
Oh yeah, the creep that they did for Social Network was pretty dope.
Well, and like the slowdown they did of Donnie Darko song.
Shit, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what's the name of that song?
Mad World.
Yes, like that was a really good slowdown.
Yeah. So when the lockdown happened and I had those 2 years where I was lost in the ether of the internet, I hyperfixated a lot on the things that I do that I enjoy doing for fun and trying to find ways to monetize them, right? Because I desperately needed an income. And one of the things I found out was, so people are always talking about like, why is this such a thing in like trailers, especially trailers? Why is this slowed down, creepy version of a pop song a thing that is everywhere? Like it just kind of happened overnight, and now all of a sudden that's all you hear. Every fucking trailer for every movie has like this low, creepy, whatever.
Yeah.
Come to find out, there is a reason.
Oh.
And so when you have a movie or a TV show or a video game or whatever, you have a music supervisor. And that music supervisor's job is to sit down with the director, and the director goes, in this scene, I would like a song that sounds like this. And in this scene, I would like a song that sounds like this. And they have a whole list of songs. And there are companies that exist that these people pay so that they can go search for music by like feeling, right?
Oh, okay.
So they can go and say, I need something that's creepy and slow if they want a specific key or whatever, or it needs to sound kind of country, and there's all these different filters. So the thing is, as a musician, you and I could sit down and do a slowed down version of a song, any song we wanted. Didn't matter. We could do whatever. We don't have to worry about the rights and getting the rights for that song and figuring out how to pay the people who originally wrote the song and all that.
Right, like it would just be a cover.
Yeah, we would do a cover. We would submit it to the company. If the company ever sold it to be used in a movie or whatever, they figure out how to pay the other people.
Yeah.
Which is, it is like so, it's such a simplified way of doing covers, which people are automatically going to be more toward a cover than they are an original because it's a song they already know. But then as a musician, not having to fuck with the other side of it, the figuring out all the licensing and all of that.
There is just the whole thing already. There is already a system for that. And you just say, I am covering this song. They get 9 cents of like 9% of everything I make.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
So like as soon as these websites became available, they like got overrun with all of these covers. But it's still like a really easy way to make music, especially if you can do like creepy, dark, slow vibe stuff.
Right.
So I think we should do creepy, dark, slow vibe stuff and just start making money off of trailer music. What do you think? You're like, no.
Like it's just hard to like. Yeah, because there's so many songs that wouldn't work.
And see, from what I've noticed is it works really well with songs that are not slow to begin with.
Yes.
Like the happier, more like major key pop song stuff is, if you can find one of those that translates really well into slow creepy, like that's,
like I would
those
say
are money makers.
Like Slow Down Barbie Girl, but that would just make it like that would make it super creepy.
It would. That's the whole point. It's supposed to make people
right, but it would make it creepy in a like doing what the song was originally written to do kind of way.
I mean,
like because it's supposed to be creepy.
Yeah.
But it's like fast and poppy, so it doesn't seem creepy.
It's like that song about the shooting. Pumped Up Kicks.
Oh yeah.
It's like that. You don't notice how creepy it is because you're too busy shaking your butt to the happy dance music.
I feel like that would be a great thing to do with like all of those like happy fun songs that are like, oh, she's 16 now, and just like lean into just how creepy those songs actually are.
Yeah. That other dude on TikTok that does the I'm gonna listen to a song until it becomes problematic.
Oh yeah.
And he gets like halfway through the first line of all of these different songs. He's like, nope,
Yep.
done.
Like that one hair metal song, like she's only 17.
Yeah. Awkward.
Yeah.
It is weird to me that there's so many
so many
songs about underage girls. The Littlest Tramp by Shoo? What?
I don't know if I know that.
The Littlest Tramp by Shoosh. Shoosh you. Hold on, let me see. I have The Littlest Tramp by Mighty Mouse. That's like an episode of the show. I love the Led Zeppelin, but their lyrics are
Yeah.
There's a punk rock, a specific punk rock person who I enjoy quite a bit, but it has become increasingly difficult to listen to their music because of some of their lyrics.
The vast majority of the like 90s, early 2000s pop punk bands are
questionable.
Super questionable.
The whole emo scene?
Yeah.
Yikes. There's a reason that they joke about pop songs and their minor keys.
Well, I posted it on the Discord, the song by that like little that tiny girl that does not have a voice that fits anything about her entire body.
Yes.
Like the whole song is like 18 plus. Get those little girls off your bus.
Yes. Yeah. It's sad to me how much I didn't notice it until it was pointed out to me.
Yeah, well, and some of it's
thought
like
about it.
I think like there was a long time where it's like, oh well, it's just a song, right? Like it's not really what they're, and then you find out that it actually kind of is.
Yeah, like I think when I was young, I thought, oh, they're just writing this for us. Like they're writing this about 16-year-old girls because their main demographic is 16-year-old boys, right? Like that makes sense,
right?
And
But
then you're like, oh, but wait, no. The older you get, the more it's like, ooh, that's not great.
I'm gonna lie, Bar Lazy. Like every time I search for that, I just get a Mighty Mouse episode.
Scooch band. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. I don't know why I don't know. They're British? Maybe that's why? Because this is like... Every album cover looks like an album cover that I've seen 100 times before.
Oh, weird.
Because it's that very 90s...
They're a British pop group.
Yeah. Scooch band. What was the song? Littlest Tramp. And it took me right back to Mighty Mouse.
Littlest Hobo?
Scooch, maybe tomorrow, the Littlest Hobo TV theme song? Maybe.
Hobo, okay. Tramp, Hobo.
There's a voice that keeps on calling me.
Yeah, already the lyrics, I'm like, yep, that would be slow. Slow down, that would be creepy. That would be creepy.
But yeah, like so many of those there's so many times when like these musicians like absolutely tell on themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a voice that keeps calling me down the road. It's where I'll always be. Every stop I make a new friend. Can't stay for long. You just turn around and I'm gone again. Maybe tomorrow I'll settle down.
That would be a great like.
Sounds like death.
It would be a great like Hulk TV show. Like every week he meets a new friend, and then he just wanders back with the.
Did you ever watch shit? What was that show called? I loved it. Where the girl becomes a reaper when she dies, but it's like a job that she has to do, and there's other reapers.
I've seen a couple shows like that.
Dead Like Me.
Oh, okay. I did not watch that one.
It was so good. It was so good, and it was literally that. Like every week, there was someone that she had to go reap, and she didn't want to because she didn't want to be a reaper. She just kind of got stuck being a reaper.
There was one I watched. It like
So did I.
not. It did not last long enough. The show was just called Reaper,
Oh, weird.
and like Ray Wise was the devil.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah, I had a huge crush on Ellen Muth, the girl from Dead Like Me.
Wait,
And now
Mandy Patinkin's in it.
now she's like nobody. She's just like a person who did a show once. It's really weird.
I might have to watch that.
It's so good. Oh yeah, Mandy Patinkin. There's tons of people in it. It's so good.
Oh, wow, like there's a ton of people.
And it didn't last long enough. And like she's a pet reaper. Because that's how you like train to become a reaper.
okay.
They teach you on like that's the first level, like entry level reapers are pet reapers. So
Okay.
good. So good.
It's just 2 seasons.
Yeah. Got cut short. Damn it.
Oh, it's Showtime. Okay, that's why I never watched it.
So good. Definitely worth watching. Definitely worth pirating and watching. In fact, I need to put that on my list of things to acquire. Because that is something that I would watch again. Man.
Yeah, what was I watching? We've been rewatching Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which has been interesting. Like, now that the show like finished up, because they, like, obviously like show about cops, right? Like, their final season was right after like all the Black Lives Matter protests, like all of that, and like they basically had to like figure out how do we end a show about cops that people really like without like being super pro cop. And it actually, they didn't, I wouldn't say they did a good job, but they did it, they handled it in a way that was like faithful to the characters, which was surprising.
And that would
But
be
then again,
really
like,
hard.
It's Andy Samberg, and like as much as he plays an idiot, like he actually tends to be really careful about stuff like that.
Yeah, that is true.
I still love the like. There's this one Lonely Island song, like, and it's the Spring Break anthem, and it's like talking about like all of the like standard Spring Break stuff, and then it's like marry a man, like, and that becomes the whole plot is like all the Lonely Island guys getting married.
Did you ever watch the movie Pop Star
Yes,
with him? I love that movie.
it's so funny.
It's so ridiculous.
I can't convince Mrs. Pastor to watch it.
Oh my god!
Because there are so many lines that I like quote from it that she has no idea.
It is. I need to watch that again.
Like,
there's so many good people in it. Sarah Silverman, Tim Meadows.
oh
like,
yeah. There's one line. It's like, I have an idea, and you are gonna like it. Wait, did you say aren't? I'm not. Like,
yeah, I need to watch that again. That was a good movie.
Because there's the whole thing where he like his single drops every time somebody opens their fridge. Like it plays his single.
Yes. Oh God.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, it is so funny.
I feel
And Michael Bolton. Like,
how did we
how? Just how?
how Michael Bolton, how?
I'm pretty sure altogether too many drugs.
Really?
Like,
That
so
seems-
so he did there was something that we saw him on, like, live, and he did not look well.
I mean, he hasn't ever really.
Right, but like he looked extra not well.
Is he dying?
I don't think so. Like, I feel like, is Michael Bolton
Dying?
okay?
One thing you can do too is just type in what happened to Michael Bolton.
When did Michael Bolton come out? Michael Bolton was released in April 1983.
I always get Michael Bolton and Kenny G confused. Because have you ever seen him in the same room? I'm just saying.
Okay, so there was a like Netflix Valentine's Day special where like there weren't enough kids for Christmas, so Santa asked Michael Bolton to like make people do like to put on this really like sexy special to get people to make more kids for Christmas.
Oh,
It was uncomfortable premise.
Yeah.
But Andy Samberg played Kenny G and was his like arch nemesis.
okay, that's pretty good. Also, if you Google what happened to Michael Bolton, the first one comes up. Is Michael Bolton sick? Fans are
Oh.
concerned after his appearance on The Masked Singer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he does look rough, man. He's looking, but he's also, I forget, he's old as fuck.
Yeah, he's not young.
No.
Michael Bolton is 70,
I mean, that's old.
and he has not exactly lived the like he did not live a straight edge lifestyle.
No. I mean, would you?
I mean,
you were Michael
You were
Bolton?
Michael Bolton.
No. I would have been a total man whore. Like, would you
Yeah.
not have been a total man whore if you were Michael
Apparently,
Bolton?
a lot of people have been concerned about like Michael Bolton's health.
I mean, at this point, I think if you are famous and over like 60, everyone's worried about you.
Well, I mean,
we're due for another 2018. Or was it 2016? Which one was the bad one where everybody died?
besides 2020.
I mean, 2020 was bad, but there was one of those, 2016 or 2018 was really, like, it was every day someone was dead.
By the way, it was called Michael Bolton's Big Sexy Valentine's Day Special.
That sounds awful. That sounds really awful.
Yeah, like it
Is
was
your-
really dumb.
Is your wife into, like, Hallmark movies?
No, but my dad is.
So my mom and my stepdad are.
Weird. Yeah, my dad loves Hallmark movies.
Is it weird that they come across as right-wing propaganda to me?
They are.
Okay.
No, it's not weird. They absolutely are.
Okay. Because they just like reek of like things in the big city are bad. People
Yeah.
from the big city are bad. You need
Yep.
to come back to the little town where everything is wholesome
Yep.
and normal.
Yep.
And get married and start having kids.
Uh-huh.
Woman who wanted to have her career.
Yep. How dare woman want to have her career?
You should come here and find the man who's
Give up-
working at
give
his
up your
mom's
big-
coffee shop.
Give up your big lawyer job and work and hook up with the carpenter dude who isn't actually even a good carpenter. He just like kind of bums around and does odd jobs for people.
But everybody
and gets-
loves him.
Yes.
And he
That
would
you
make a
happen to-
great father.
It's the guy that you rejected in high school because you were going to the big city.
And he stayed here waiting for you this whole time.
He's still pining. No.
Oh,
He got
God.
married to someone else, but she died tragically.
Oh, yes.
Because to make room for your one true pairing.
Yes. And because you never wanted to have kids, but he already has one that you fell in love with first because you didn't know that kid was.
Or she's barren.
God, did you use the word barren just then?
Yeah, because they would.
They would. But that's exactly why we shouldn't use the word barren. My God.
I'm making the point,
I mean, I guess I never followed that thread very deeply, but yeah,
they're absolutely, and some of them are worse than others, but like there was a Hallmarky movie that like tried to have a gay couple, and like there was so much backlash.
Yeah, I can't imagine they would do that very well without them being.
There's actually one. There's one that came out a couple years back with like, the girl from Twilight. I can't remember her name.
Kristen Stewart.
That's the one.
Okay.
Like Kristen Stewart, Aubrey Plaza, Allison Brie, like, but it was written by someone who was like retelling her own like life story, like a lesbian woman, like using her life experience to write this thing, but it was actually like super problematic because she ends up like the whole premise is like Kristen Stewart and her girlfriend are going back to like her girlfriend's family for Christmas, and like Kristen Stewart's planning on proposing, but like it turns out that the girlfriend's not actually out to the super conservative family.
Oh.
And like she ends up just getting treated badly the whole movie, and then she ends up like with the girlfriend still, and everyone was so mad.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't sound great. It may have starred Candace Cameron.
She did there. All of the like right-wing actors who can't get work consistently get Hallmark movie work.
Of course they do.
Candace Cameron, the girl from Clueless that went super right-wing.
Oh God, can I just this when you Google Candace Cameron, one of the first pictures that shows up is this. And I just want to say, like, that is on brand for, like, right-wing.
Whoa. That is a boob grab.
Yeah. And look, they're like,
Whoa.
ha, 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 it's funny because it's grabbing my boob.
That is a whole lot of boob. That is, like, look at those. Like, that is aggressive.
Yeah. Candace Cameron Burr reflects on backlash to handsy photo with her husband.
Fancy photo. Oh God!
On a recent appearance on the Confessions of a Crappy Christian podcast.
What?
The Fuller House star, 44, opens up about the backlash she received from some members of the Christian community after posting a playful photo in September in which her husband could be seen touching her breasts.
Oh, but they're married though, so it's okay.
Yeah, they can fuck in
like,
public.
He's got a smoking hot wife. Like,
he's got to show off the smoking hot wife.
Yeah.
That's what Christians do. God, catch up.
I've been married for 24 years. I'm a Christian. My husband's a Christian. And I'm really proud that we've managed to stay married for 24 years. The fact that we have fun and flirt together, that's part of what makes our marriage work. That's not a photo you share with others.
I mean, I guess it's the fact that it's the thing that is problematic for me with this picture is that they're obviously doing it to draw attention to the fact that
like
that it's out of place for him to be doing that.
It's the like power pose he's taking too, right? Like,
yeah.
Like that is a picture of I am taking a picture of me grabbing my wife's boob.
Yeah.
That is what that picture, like, that is not an accident. That is 100% on purpose.
Yeah. I think also I just have problems with photos where every piece of clothing could be be bought in one shopping trip to Target. Like,
Well, I mean, if Target sponsored it, then that's okay.
if it was a Target ad, yes.
If it was Target sponsored. I don't know if Target wants that kind of boob grabbing though.
Yeah, probably not.
That doesn't seem like it's very
It's just
on
the
brand for Target.
like if you were to just say, hey AI, draw me a picture of the most generic couple you possibly could, who that's somewhere between 2000 and 2020, this would be the picture you get, right? Like, this is, you could boil white culture for 6 months and this would be the crap on the top that would crustify. I don't know. Now I feel like I have a vendetta against Candace Cameron for no reason.
I don't know if you like. There are reasons.
Yeah,
Like,
but her shopping at Target is not a valid reason.
right.
There are other valid reasons to hate Candace Cameron.
But yeah, like that has every ounce of the same energy as like the youth pastor talking about how much sex they have with their smoking hot wife.
Yeah.
To a room full of teenagers.
Oddly enough, religion came up at work the other day, and I was trying to just avoid getting involved because
that's usually for the best,
especially when you're me.
And yeah.
But oddly enough, it very quickly turned into a conversation about what I refer to as the like 90s rock Christian leader.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That like the spiky hair with the thing and the shirt with the tribal
and the like this much facial hair, like just that bit right there.
Yes. And like with the sleeve rolled up so that you can see the cross tattoo, right?
Yes.
Got to be able to see it.
Yep.
I'm with Jesus. He's my bro.
Like,
We're
and it's
buddies.
a cross tattoo on one arm and then like a very obvious cover up of something else on the other arm.
Yes. So the time after Petra. Yes, the Petra years. We will call them the Petra years.
So here's what's really funny. Like, the 90s were a magical time for Christian music because you would have bands that would get signed that would actually call out Christian hypocrisy and Christian stupidity, because in the 90s the music industry had more money than sense, right? Like, if they thought that you would make money, they would just throw money at you. Like, so you get your like MXPXs, your Five Iron Frenzies, like all of these like Christian punk bands that are calling out the Christian establishment. That you like, now all you get, because the music industry isn't making any money, you just get like bad worship music.
No, you know what the new thing is in Christian music that I just found out about? There's a wave. Oh God, there is a wave of Christian death metal.
Oh yeah, that's been around forever.
But it's like gaining traction.
Really?
I don't know. I find that to be a weird mixture of music.
There's two main themes in like the Christian music environment, right? There's like the band that is like, we are Christians and we're just doing our thing. Like, we're just writing music. We just happen to be Christians.
Right.
Like, arguably Paramore is one of those.
Yes.
Like, they're not going to go out of their way to be like a Christian band.
Striper.
No, Striper was like slapping you over the head with the Bible.
When I just Googled Christian death metal, and Striper is one of the bands that shows up. I mean, it showed up. I wouldn't agree, but it showed up.
Yeah. But then there's like the other strand of Christian music that is like, we can't listen to secular music, so we're going to do like secular music bad.
Petra.
With Christian themes.
Petra.
Who's the other? Skillet. Skillet's one of the other ones.
Oh yeah.
Because they've gone like way off the Christian nationalist.
I was gonna say, isn't Skillet known for being like super racist now?
Oh yeah.
The lead singer of Paramore. So
Ms. Williams.
yeah, she's very cute, very smart, very attractive
Yes.
woman. I think the internet has realized that I
Oh,
feel
no.
these things because I get a lot of videos about her in my like recommended feeds. They're like, hey, you should watch this video from Paramore, and I'm like, I don't really like Paramore's music, but goddamn it, I'm gonna click on it.
Yeah, you definitely have a type, and it's that like Haley Williams, Allison Scagliotti.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you have a type.
yeah, I do, and damn it, she's right there. Right? And she's really good at what she does, even
Yes.
though, like, I don't like what she does. Like, it's just not my thing.
But she is really good.
But she's
at what
really
she does.
fucking good at it. And, like, as someone who, like, has worked with music, like, I'm not professional, but, like, I know enough to go, she's fucking good at what she does.
Mhm.
And then she did the Crip Walk thing, and everyone was like, whoa.
And everyone's forgetting that like she grew up in a very diverse neighborhood.
Yeah. No, like, someone asked her, because she just did that on stage one night, and everyone was like, wait, but she did that like she did that like someone who's been doing it their whole life, and not like
Yes.
someone who's been practicing to do it on stage one night.
Right.
And she was like, no, yeah, that's just what we did in my neighborhood
Yeah, there was
growing up.
some like professional basketball player now that taught her how to do it, like when they were kids.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. And everyone was worried that there was going to be backlash, and the black community was like, no, she's just one of us now.
yeah, yes.
we are just
No,
she's one of us now.
Yeah, she's coming to the barbecue. That was
Yeah.
that was the response.
She has a pass to the
Yeah.
barbecue. But yeah, you're right. I have a type. God damn it. Which, by the way, just thrown out there, Allison Scagliotti is still Scagliotti, and she makes like goth music now.
Oh, nice.
Like, she plays guitar. She's really good at guitar.
Yeah, she's always been way good at guitar.
Yeah, but she like does this. She's making good music. now.
Nice.
It's very cool.
But yeah, like that, the '90s era of Christian music, like basically before Metallica did Metallica's thing. Like, it was such a unique time because of who would get signed.
That's fair.
Like, and it was just because you would get these groups that like like there's one band like their whole song is just like the premise of the song is everybody names Jesus or everybody needs Jesus, and they just like rattle off like everybody. Like,
they just start naming Bob needs
That's literally-
Jesus.
like, well,
Steve
it's like
needs
they
Jesus.
just list off all these categories of people, and they're like, if you're gay, lesbian, you need Jesus. If you're a politician, you need Jesus. And it's just like such a majestically inclusive like list. Beyond Belief by Petra as a slow trailer that for a horror movie.
Let's see. Hold on, I don't know Petra. I'm gonna listen to just a second of it.
Audio just go screwy, or did my audio just go screwy? Oh, you're back now.
All right, I'm not. It hurts me. But I want to read the lyrics now.
Because like whatever you did, like
What did I do?
whatever you did, your audio was like cutting in and out.
I was playing the video.
Oh, okay.
So
It
it was-
did not like it.
Yeah, it was probably picking up my headphones, so the thing was going in and out because it thought I was talking. Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
So there's one by Elvis Costello. That's not the one we're looking for.
Oh gosh, I have not heard this song in so long.
We're content to pitch our tent when the glory's evident. Oh God. Seldom do we know the glory came and went. See, we got the AABA
Yeah,
rhyme
yeah.
scheme going on there. Moving can seem dangerous in this stranger's pilgrimage. Knowing that you can't stand still, you cross the bridge. So we go from an AABA to an AB or So, I
Also,
don't know.
can we just talk about how uncomfortable we're content to pitch a tent is? Like, can we just talk about that just for a second? Like, this is a Christian song, Petra.
Did that mean the same thing back then? I don't know.
I don't know when it, like...
So, all right. So I'm rereading this with that in my mind.
Yeah.
We're content to pitch our tent when the glory's evident. Seldom do we know the glory came and went. It sounds like,
Getting uncomfortable, Petra.
yeah. There's a higher place to go beyond belief, where we reach the next plateau beyond belief, and far from faith to faith we grow toward the center of the flow, where he beckons us to go beyond belief.
There's a game that one of my friends and I used to play when, like, we would be playing music in church, and it was, can this song be about a girl or about God? Because if they can, we probably shouldn't be doing it.
Oh, yeah.
It just gets uncomfortable real fast.
I like songs that are obviously about God, but they try really hard to not say it, right?
Oh, right.
Like, oh,
right.
we're gonna sneak it in on them.
POD loves to do that.
But like even this is fucking Petra. This is
Right.
fucking Petra, and like they're trying to sneak it in.
Yes, there was
Yes.
a South Park episode all about that.
Because Cartman was like, I can get an award in the Christian music scene faster than you can get one in the and he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Someone was actually paying attention. Someone was taking notes. Oh, what a mess.
I remember when some of my friends, they had a like youth worship band that ended up being a like actual band, and they're like, we're gonna get signed, and like any of us who vaguely had any understanding of the music industry were like, you are not, and two, you are gonna learn real fast that like the Christian music industry is more jerky than the secular music industry.
And a lot more money. Strangely. So much money.
Yep.
Like
But not anymore. Like,
nobody has
because-
any money anymore.
right. Like like Christian music now, they literally only sign like super safe worship music.
Of course.
And it's all the same like 4 bands, which are just churches that are basically like farms for worship music.
And Petra.
Yeah, Petra's not a thing anymore, dude.
Oh, is it
sorry,
not?
Sorry to break it to you.
Damn it.
Nobody listens to Petra anymore.
Petra will live forever. What was that rapper guy's name? That is totally not problematic at all, that there was an older white dude rapping about God. What was his name?
One.
His name was just like Christian or Bob.
I mean, I can think of several like problematic white dude Christian rappers.
But this was like 90s, like early 90s. Like the two Christian things that I knew of growing up were Petra and him.
Oh.
Like what was Barlazy has to know who I'm talking about.
DC Talk?
Yes. Yes. That is
Yeah,
super
they-
problematic.
They have some stuff.
Oh, it's a trio.
that,
Sorry, I did not know. I thought it was just one white dude.
No, so DC there's actually I think a black dude involved.
There is.
The Carmen is also
Carmen is who I'm
Yes.
thinking of.
Carmen's a oof,
Yeah.
Carmen.
Carmen is the one.
Because DC Talk, like, they really jumped on the Columbine, like, martyr Cassie train. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like, that was super uncomfortable. Like, even at the time that, like, the amount of time that youth pastors in the, like, after Columbine were like, would you die for Jesus? Like, Cassie was so cringy.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I guess Carmen wasn't a rapper.
I mean, he occasionally rapped.
Yeah, which is even worse, I think.
There was an Easter service when I was a kid where there was this like song that he does where like it's centered around the crucifixion, where like, but it's like it's a boxing match between Jesus and the devil.
Oh, wow. He's dead. I had no idea.
Wait, what?
He died in a Las Vegas hospital in February of 2001, or of
Oh, yeah, I do
2021,
remember that now. Okay.
after a series of complications resulting from surgery to repair a hiatal hernia.
Oh.
That's horrifying. That's horrifying.
He had like some interesting health issues.
Wow. His
So there
album
is
names
one
are-
dude from the 90s that like I will hold on to as the absolute best that Christian music ever produced. There was a guy named Rich Mullins. He could have been huge. Could have like been like as successful as like a Carmen or like any of those like super douchey Christian artists. And one day he was just like, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to go live on a Navajo reservation. And just like dropped it. And then ended up dying in a car crash in like 97.
Weird. Did he
Because
like?
he was just like, he was so fed up with like everything that U.S. Christianity was that he was just like, no, I'm out. Like, I don't want to live this like awful life that you're trying to make me live.
Weird. He legitimately he was like, I'm going to go learn how to teach music on a Navajo reservation.
Uh-huh. Like,
Weird.
got a BA in music education and then moved to the Navajo reservation.
Weird. Huh.
Like, in 96, at the Ichthus Music Festival, Mullen cited personal reasons for his move. He was asked if he made the move because God had called him to proselytize and convert Native Americans. To this, Mullins responded, no, I think I just got tired of a white evangelical middle-class perspective on God, and I thought I would have more luck finding Christ among the pagan Navajos. I'm teaching music.
Oh, that's so. I don't even know how to unpack that. Because, like, it seemed good. It seemed like he was doing a good thing, and then it got super fucking problematic there right at the end.
Okay, but you got to remember who he's talking to. And pagan didn't mean the same thing in 96 that it does now.
I mean, it did, though, for us.
Well, right.
It never meant anything different for us.
But, like, he was... From all I can tell, like, he and the Navajo were cool. Like, there weren't issues there.
That just seems like I don't know. It seems like no, it was okay to be racist and have slaves because that was just normal back then.
Like, I get it.
Yeah, I'm just going to let that one go. I don't even need to mull on that one. It's going to hurt my head.
Okay, that's fair. Well, the saddest part of his story is, like, he turned it, like, yeah. I've always taken that as kind of how Barlazy is, like, sticking it to the person who asked the question.
Yeah, because, like, that is a good way to look at it.
Are you going there to tell him about Jesus?
Yeah, nah.
And it's like, no, I went there to find Jesus.
Which, I mean,
like, that's how I've always taken it, but I totally get, like, the problematicness of it.
Yeah. I have a friend on Facebook who is very Navajo.
Oh, yeah.
And it's been eye-opening being friends because he's like, he grew up on a reservation and like,
oh yeah,
his family's all that, and like, there's shit that I think about that I didn't think about before.
I've actually done I somehow accidentally got called to do a Navajo funeral, which was really interesting. Like they wanted like because there was so much Christianization that happened. Like they knew they wanted the like Christian parts of the funeral, and I was available and willing to do it. Like, and that was how I ended up doing the that part of the funeral. But then like when we got to the graveside, then it was time for their funeral.
Interesting.
Like, and it was different. Like it was like seeing the ways that like it just kind of flowed. Like they kept like keeping all of the like the native practices and the things that you just have to do. But then also like wanting the Christian stuff happening too.
That is weird.
Like it was an interesting experience. Because like for the whole graveside, like there's a drum playing. Like the drum is going until like it's over, until like they're in the dirt, and then like
weird.
But yeah, he
Did they just pick up did they just like start going through the phone book and like calling churches?
well, so they were at the funeral home, like they were like, oh well, we need a pastor to do the service, and he just like, the funeral director liked me and knew I would probably do it.
Like,
I'm
oh, this one's
I'm
weird.
game.
Here, let me call Pastor Riqua. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, kind of actually. Well, because he knew that I wouldn't get like, I would not make some big deal about like, well, we can't do that,
Right.
and some of the other pastors definitely would.
So weird. I don't get it, man.
Well, it's because you gotta be right.
Do you
Do it
though?
all right.
Do we though? Do we?
No,
Do
there is
we?
no right.
Thank God you believe that.
Like,
I just. Oh.
there are so many things that like the white American Christians are like, we have to do it this way, and when you look into the history of like what that way is, it's like 100 years old at best.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the yeah. I love, oddly enough, more times than I can think of. No, more times than you would think of. I have at work had to mention that up until like the 30s, children were like all dressed in dresses up until a certain age because it wasn't worth investing time into like gendering them.
I just sit and explain to somebody the other day, like, it was not that long ago that all actors were men, and so everyone was in drag.
Yeah. Like it's this whole, it's weird to me that this society that the right wants to go back to never actually existed.
No, it is Mayberry,
Yeah, which didn't
which was not
happen.
real.
Yeah. It's just weird to me. Like, no, these women who get on social media and are like, I think we should be back in the 30s. Do you want to read about the 30s for women? You should read about the fires where they locked all those women into that building, and then when it caught on fire, they all burned to death. You should read about that.
Like there are so many, like, I was trying, like, I was doing it was an adult class, and we were talking about like where the Bible came from, and somebody was just like so flabbergasted that like we know how the Bible happened.
They just imagine that like God left it on a rock or something.
Kind of, yeah. Like they're just like, well, I just thought we always had it. Like, no.
What does that mean? Always had it. What do you
Right.
mean? What do you mean?
And it's just the amount of times that people are like so perplexed that like these books were written by someone.
I
Like, and sometimes we even know who that someone was.
it is so weird to me. Like how many Christians Christians. I don't even know. Are they?
No. Don't air quotes it. Like,
Okay.
part of
Is it an accountability thing? I'm taking the air quotes off
no.
for accountability.
So, like, part of the things that I've realized is, like, because there are so many ways that Christianity can go, most of them problematic, like, there is a sense that, like, we have to own the problematic ones, like, as being Christian, because then you start getting into the, like, who's really a Christian and who isn't.
Right.
And, like, I don't like playing that game.
That's fair. I like the accountability there.
Yeah.
So
like that, all of those, the problematic thing, like we're all under that umbrella, like, and it sucks.
it's weird to me that when it comes to like my life and traversing my way through my life, like when conversations or whatever about religion or belief systems come into place, I have to be very engaged. I have to be very present and very engaged in order to have those conversations, right? And even to just have an understanding of my belief system, I have to be super engaged with it. And it's weird to me that there are so many Christians who are completely unplugged from their own belief system. They're literally just like blindly following the path. Like, it's just like, this is what I'm supposed to do. I come and I sit and I pretend like I'm listening to these people talk, and then I read and I sing the songs, and then I go stop and have brunch on the way home, and I'm religious.
There are a lot of times when I kind of find myself wondering, like, what are these people getting out of this that they keep coming back?
It has to be community. It has to be. It has to be being accepted, because that is the accepted thing to do. I have to do this so that I am part of this community.
And yet, like, no one else gets to be part of that community.
Right. Because once you're part of the community, your job is to keep people out. Right?
Apparently.
I mean, that's how everything works, right? Punk rock, you just keep people out.
So, like, this is a little bit of a spoiler for, like, Sunday's Pastor Rico's Parish. But, like, I've realized, like, in the past couple weeks that, like, part of why I've been, like, so frustrated with church stuff is the stuff that Christians, like, especially, like, white American Christians, the stuff that they say is important is not important to me. Like, when somebody says, like, we have eternal life with God, I'm like, what? So what?
Right.
Like, that is not a thing that, like, living forever is not a motivator for me.
Right.
And
yeah.
And so when I hear that, I'm just like, I am not excited about that. Like,
there seems to be,
but there's like, I have found a thing that I am very excited about, and it's a thing that keeps me going, and it's like something finally being able to put words to, like, the thing that I care about is, like, the life that I live announces that there is a better something. Like, that's how I view this. Like, it's, and for me, like, Jesus rose from the dead, and in doing so, like, all of the crap in this world is not all there is. But, like, knowing that, and that's not like a future, eventually God's going to sort it all out. It's a, like, God is sorting it out, and it's like, I'm the thing that God is using to do that.
okay.
That gets me excited.
So question, as someone outside of this whole religious bubble, or somewhat outside. I don't even know what I am anymore. Do you think the way that you phrased that intrigues me? Do you think that there are a lot of people who turn to religion because of the world in which we live, because it's shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of it being shit with no purpose is horrifying. The idea of traversing this shithole life for no fucking reason is terrifying to them. So they turn to religion because the religion says, no, it might be shit now, but it's not going to be shit forever. There's this thing that we can't prove beyond this veil that none of us can see. It's good over there. So you don't focus on how shit it is right now, focus on how good it's going to be later. And it becomes like a coping mechanism for dealing with this world that we've created, this mess.
I agree with you that for a lot of people that is what it is.
Yeah.
Like that, you know, we live in this world of shit and there is something more there. But for me, it's not actually about the something more. It's about the things that are happening right now.
It's
like, it's like knowing, for instance, that like with all of the crap that is happening, with everything that is awful that is happening, like, so take, I mean, we'll use something that's extremely now and extremely present. Like when those school shootings happened recently that are all over, and all the other shootings that are happening, like, it's very easy for folk to be like, you know, where was God when that happened? And my answer is, like, God was there suffering with the people who were suffering. Why weren't you? And it goes back to, like, there's this whole thing in Matthew 25 where Jesus is like telling this parable about, like, there's one group of people who did not take care of Jesus when Jesus was in need, and there was a group of people who did take care of Jesus when Jesus was in need. One of them gets praised, the other one does not.
right.
Like, part of what the church is supposed to be is announcing that presence of God in these crappy situations, not in a like, this will get fixed someday, but in a, you need help right now, I am here for you, I love you.
Right.
And that is, I think, getting away from that, which, let's be honest, that is a thing that the church has not done in like 1700 years. Like, so this is like, this is a big problem, right?
Right.
And it's only just now, like, as Christianity is getting to be not a majority anymore, that it might have a chance of being that again.
Yeah. Thoughts and prayers.
And yeah, it's
thoughts
not
and
just
prayers.
tweeting thoughts and prayers. It's doing what that black pastor did and giving a hug to somebody whose kid just died in Tennessee. The one who, like, got expelled from the legislature and then immediately went and, like,
Right.
that hug is what the church should be doing.
And
And then, like, if you're in the position to be able to change these things on a systemic level, sure. But, like, I don't think Christianity was ever supposed to be in charge.
yeah. We've talked about that before. Christianity is a religion based around. It is a framework for the oppressed to function in an oppressed society, and it doesn't work the other way around.
As soon as it becomes the oppressor, it cannot be Christianity anymore.
It's interesting to me.
It cannot be God's reign on earth when it is the oppressor.
Right. Without God being an asshole.
Well, that's debatable. That's where the problem comes in, because then God has to be essentially evil, or else the system doesn't work.
Right.
Christianity cannot be in charge unless God is evil.
Right. It's interesting, and I hate every time these words have come out of my mouth, because I feel like there's a better way to say it, because it feels like I am judging people who it's not my place to judge. It's not my place to judge how people practice their religion, right?
Conveniently, it is mine.
Right.
It's like literally, it is my job.
It's interesting to me, though, that the people that I consider good Christians, and that's the term that I don't like, because that's what I have trouble with, right? Because for me, you are a good Christian. You are a real Christian, whereas others aren't, and that's because it's none of my fucking business, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it's interesting to me because the people in my life who I have come across who are what I would consider good Christians tend to be people who are using religion as a framework to help them focus getting through their current existence, right? Mm-hmm. And the people who are bad Christians, put them both in air quotes, are people who don't care about traversing this existence. They're focused on who is and isn't getting into heaven. Right? That it's all about that. Everything that they do is about making sure that they get into heaven and that other people don't. And that the line that everybody knows if they're getting into heaven or not. For some reason, that's really important for Christians to tell me that I'm not getting into heaven.
So here's what's really funny. Nobody actually goes to heaven.
That's... yeah.
Literally the entirety of the book of Revelation is reminding people that no one goes to heaven. Heaven is actually coming here.
Right.
And that's why I think it's so important, to live into this reality, because we're not escaping this reality.
It's it's the idea of bettering the reality that we are currently existing in. Heaven is a place on earth.
Belinda Carlisle nailed it.
That's why the majority can still claim to be the oppressed, even though they're not. Right.
So, and that's a really good point, Barlazy, because in order for Christianity to make sense, in order for the things that are in the Gospels and the things that are in Paul's letters to make sense, Christians have to be oppressed.
Right.
Because as soon as, because the alternative is to read not blessed are you, but woe to you. And people don't want to read that. So they have to create oppression in order for the good stuff to apply to them.
I wonder if
heaven probably will be a bathroom at a rockin' party.
I wonder if on kind of a primal level, there isn't, some of it isn't correlated to, we can't actively say or understand that we are not oppressed, because if we do, if Christians were to take into the equation the fact that they're the ones in control of all of this, and that they're the ones in power and pushing all the pieces around, then all of these horrible things that are happening are their fault, right? Whereas if they're just an oppressed minority like everyone else, it's not their fault.
It's almost like that's exactly what the message of the prophets in the Hebrew scriptures was. You know, that thing that makes up solidly 2/3 of the Bible. But no, like I'm like that's exactly it. Like so many of the messages of the prophets in the Hebrew scriptures are doing exactly that. They're saying to the rich and powerful, hey, you got to be rich and powerful by stepping on the poor. God doesn't like that.
I guess that's hard in a capitalist society, isn't it?
Well, and of course, you know, what happened to the prophets is they all got thrown in ditches and like nothing good happened to them because nobody wanted to hear that message.
Right. So I wonder if the way to like change things is to just keep harping on the fact that like every day that goes by that, I mean anyone, but we're specifically focusing on Christians right now. Every day that goes by that a Christian doesn't do something to help someone's life be better than it currently is, then they're just part of the problem.
Pretty much, yeah.
And so
like,
many
that is
of them
incredibly difficult to hear, but yeah, pretty much.
And so many of them spend their time, instead of trying to make people's lives better, they spend their time trying to make others' lives worse, right? By othering them and pushing them out and pointing at them and look at you, whatever.
Well, and it because it's so there. One of the books I've been like just wrapping up with class. It's basically arguing that like there are two primary conflicting narratives to the Christian narrative that the church has embraced. The first of them he calls Constantinianism, but I'll just call it Christendom. It's the idea that the church is the eternal reign of God. Like that the kingdom of God is the church.
Okay.
Now, the counter is the kingdom of God is not the church. The church announces the kingdom of God. That's what I would say that like that's the role of what the church is supposed to do. Right. It is supposed to be and he uses, I hate that he uses this word because of how much baggage the word has. But the argument is that like the Christian church is a colony of the kingdom of God in the world. And that's a terrible word to use. I use the word outpost because it doesn't have the same baggage. But the counter to that is it is the job of the church to announce the kingdom of God and to always be open to someone responding no to that announcement. Like the church's job is just to announce. It's not to like make people become Christian.
Right. See, that's the part that.
So the way I mean, think about our interactions together over the past altogether too many years.
Think about
right? It. Like, I don't actually care if like I'm not trying to make you a Christian,
right?
Like, but I'm going to be who I am and announce what I think it means to be a Christian,
right?
And like live in a way that reflects what my understanding of God's reign is. But I'm not gonna like. I'm not going to sit here and go, well, you have to say yes.
Right. It's so weird to me. And I guess that's where like my brain doesn't my brain can't just stop trying to figure out the puzzle, right? Mm-hmm. Because the puzzle in my head is, here is this religion. This is what it says to do. This is how it says to live your life. This, and this. Here's
Which
the people
actually do, but it's been made to do that, yes.
But I mean, it says things like love thy neighbor.
Right.
That is a thing that you must do.
Right. That is one of the few things that is incredibly clear, yes.
Treat your neighbor as you would treat yourself.
Actually, treat your neighbor as Jesus would treat them.
Yes. Which is even more...
A little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, even more.
Love one another as Jesus has loved you. That's the command.
But then you look at the people who are flying this flag, and they don't do that.
Right.
And that's the part that my brain just keeps trying to figure out. Like, what do you say to them to say you realize you're doing it wrong? I don't have this.
Sometimes it's very hard, right? Because there is a majestic misunderstanding of what love is. Because
there's no love like Christian hate. No, right. There's no hate like
Christian love.
Yeah.
Because I've heard a lot from folk like, I love you, so I feel like I need to correct your behavior.
Yeah.
But that's not actually like...
That's not love.
the times in the Christian scriptures, the times in the Christian New Testament when there is someone announcing the correcting of behavior, it is either someone on the inside announcing that a correction needs to be made, or someone asking a question, hey, what do we do about this? And then someone replying. So it's still like it is someone inside the group correcting someone else inside the group. It is not someone inside the group correcting someone outside the group.
Yeah. Which is the
part
that
that gets to that. That is a side effect of that Christendom mindset, that Christendom narrative of the church is God's kingdom on earth. Therefore, we need to make everyone be a Christian. Right. The other narrative, by the way, is liberal modernism, which is basically like
harumph.
Well, it's actually
no, those two words together, harumph.
Yeah, it's the individualism of it all. This guy's argument is postmodernism is not like a reaction to modernism. It is modernism taken to its logical conclusion.
Like post-punk.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But so between those two things, you end up with this very individualistic, very controlling religion. Because that's all it can be if those are the narratives that you're using.
I mean, I'm just going to throw out there. Like, you know that I'm like, you know where I stand on all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like we're at a time and place in history where someone needs to nail another piece of paper to a door. You know what I mean?
There is... there are some weird... There's some people that are definitely not correct that say that like every 500 years the church has a new reformation.
Yeah.
Which is definitely not correct.
But
there so that's the thing though. Like we're in a situation where like Christianity might actually be in a position to exist as a minority, and that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of like if one actually was a Christian nation, you wouldn't be a nation for very long.
Right.
Like it just doesn't. You can't.
Well, because like technically, if you are truly being Christian, it's more communist than it is anything else, and communist is stateless. Like,
well, I just basically mean like if you're gonna actually be a nation living by Christian principles, someone is gonna come in and say, "Oh, thanks for all your stuff."
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there is that. Which is the paranoia that they think is happening right now anyway? I don't know.
Right, which it is the paranoia that they think is happening right now.
Like,
but like,
part of me, like, I don't think anything is going to change during my lifetime. Like, I've been waiting for change this whole time, and ain't shit happened. And part of me wishes that I could live long enough to see a world where Christianity was a minority. Like, I worry for y'all, buddy.
yeah,
Because that pendulum's gonna swing back the other way really fucking hard.
So here's the thing. I'm worried for myself in a funding my own existence kind of sense. Like, just churches are not going to be around much longer. I am zero concerned for the actual church.
Yeah, that's fair.
The stuff that doesn't need to be there is going to go away, and it's going to be left, like, the stuff that's actually supposed to be there is going to be fine.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I'm not worried about the church.
Like, I wonder if there's a way. I feel like I have been wired wrong my entire life, right? And, like, obviously, come to find out I have ADHD, and, like, of course my brain's fucked up. But, like, there's other stuff, too. And, like, I remember having a conversation with someone in the 90s at some point and saying that I felt like I was post-gender, that I was post-gender living in a gendered world. But it's not just gender, it's everything. I feel like none of this shit matters and everyone's focused on the wrong stuff. And that maybe there's...
That's probably the weed.
I mean, that could be it, too. There's... like, I envision a world that is post all of this. I envision a world that is post-religion, because it wouldn't need religion, because religion would be inherent in the way that you traversed the world. You know? I don't know if that makes any fucking sense at all.
Kind of. Wait, so one of the weird, like, the thing that got Christianity in trouble was not its religious practices. It was its political statements.
I mean, yeah.
Like, the main thing that Christianity got in trouble with prior to Constantine, because once Constantine happened, like, Christianity became empire. The Christian assertion always was Jesus is Lord, and that implies the emperor was not, and that was the problem. Like, Jesus was not crucified for claiming to be the Son of God. Jesus was crucified for claiming to be a king, which means that guess who wasn't? Like,
Right.
And Christians, by being in charge, have had to eliminate that entire political dimension.
But they didn't.
Well, no, I mean, like, because what after Constantine, so it's the old, like, you can say the Pledge of Allegiance because it's one nation under God, right? Like, that's the argument. Now, I don't say the Pledge of Allegiance because I think that's BS.
Right.
But, like, that's the argument. Like, all of a sudden, you could say that Caesar is Lord because Caesar's under God.
Oh, gotcha.
So
But,
that,
like, that seems like
entire political dimension went away.
But that was in the 60s. Like, the under God was in the 60s.
Well, right, but that's a symptom of this 1700-year-old problem.
Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying.
Right? Like, because like Christianity was more than just a religion, it was a political statement.
Oh, see, there's a couple pieces falling into place.
Like once the empire became Christian, that just that dimension had to be eliminated.
And that's why so quickly, once they're not a minority anymore, the first thing they do is go and piss on everybody's rug. They put God on the money. They put God on... Every day, kids have to stand up and say this thing.
Mm-hmm.
We got to make sure that every piece of money has God's face on it somewhere.
Because now we're all of a sudden living in God's kingdom.
Right. And now we can be pro-America instead of just pro-God.
And so you have to come up with things like a just war theory, because you can't have a pacifist nation. A pacifist nation will get invaded and no longer exist as a nation.
Which I've been hearing this argument lately, and I don't know. I've never even tried to brain out how you could be a Christian in the military. Like the two just don't mesh to me.
For 200 years, you couldn't.
Right, but there you are now.
Yeah, so this was a thing that the early Christians had to wrestle with, and there was a transition. Like a thing that made Christians stand out in the first 200 years was they weren't in the military, and then all of a sudden they were.
Well, and the argument that I've heard come up recently is that the commandment "Thou shalt not kill" doesn't mean all death; it just means murder. And
oh, that's probably accurate.
But that means that if you kill someone in combat, that doesn't qualify as murder. Therefore, that's okay in God's eyes.
Correct. But Jesus said, no, here's, if you look at it just in that way, yes, then it just applies to the unsanctioned killings, like the murders. But when Jesus showed up, and reflecting actually a lot of first century Judean thought, Jesus said, "You've heard, don't murder anybody, but I say, if you've been angry at someone, you've broken the commandment."
Interesting.
Like, so this is... Now, that's not unique to Jesus. That is like the things that Jesus were teaching were not weird for first century Judea. But like that's the ways that the commandments have gotten modified. Like it's not just don't murder anybody. And some folk have even gone so far as to say, kind of like you said earlier, if you have the opportunity to help someone and you don't, you have broken the commandment to not murder.
Right. So how do you gel? Not you, but how do people gel the whole... How can you be... I don't know. Now I'm just in the weeds. I'm like, how can you be pro-life and pro-gun at the same time? Like the two seem diametrically opposed to me in this framework, right? Mm-hmm. Within this framework, the two seem diametrically opposed.
I agree.
It's weird to me.
It's because it's not about...
Oh, right. It's not about the baby. It's about controlling women. I keep forgetting.
Well, it's not about any of the presenting things. I honestly think a lot of it is that, like, deep down they know they're supposed to care about life, and fetuses will never ask anything of you.
Right.
So you can be pro-fetus because a fetus will never say, "No, you're helping wrong."
Right. I've also heard people say that the reason that current right-wing Christians have glommed on so tightly to infants, or like prenatal infants, is because they can't speak for themselves. Therefore, anything like Christians can just say whatever, and there's no one there to correct. Right.
Yeah,
that's
exactly what I mean.
Thing,
yeah.
Right. Which is weird.
Because like if you are standing up for people of African American descent, they can speak up and say, no, that's not at all what we're saying.
Right.
I mean, notice the way that the Christian right has turned Martin Luther King Jr. into like 3 sound bites.
And it just happens to be the 3 that keeps them out of trouble.
Yeah. And don't actually address any of the ways that, like, towards the end of his life, he was basically campaigning for poor people and saying that we really ought to be socialists.
Weird that someone who was promoting socialism got knocked off by the government. It's funny how that happens,
isn't it? Yeah.
Oh God.
And also, like, it all conveniently ignores that, like, some of these folk who are quoting Martin Luther King Jr. in 2023 were yelling at him in 1960.
Yeah. Yep.
And
same ones.
Got receipts.
Yeah. They focus on getting the
wasn't
fetus
actually
born.
on that line, Leo.
Once they're born, they're on their own. Right. Once they're born, they gotta pick themselves up by their bootstraps, right? Get a fucking job. Slackers.
I know that I have very complicated feelings on abortion.
I can imagine you do.
Well, but at the same time, like, there is, because it is not my place to coerce. It is not my place to do violence. Like, I can't be anything but pro-choice, because pro-choice just means you can choose.
Right.
Like, I'm not pro-abortion.
Yeah. We oddly enough had this conversation at work today, and one of the guys was like, I just have really complicated feelings about it, and like, I have a kid now, and it's changed the way that I look at the world, and like, before I was totally pro-choice, and now I just don't know. And I'm like, the fact that you're saying you don't know, that is the option.
Mm-hmm.
That is the pro-choice. You are pro-choice.
Like, there are definitely situations that like I have the stuff that makes abortions happen should just be part of every rape kit. Like, it should just
Yep.
just don't even, like, it's just what you do. But like,
there should be a swab and a plan B.
Like, I absolutely think that, like, because there are so many different positions that one can take, like, the fact that most of Judaism, from what I understand, is very much a life begins with breath. And so, like, and that we're reading most of the same texts.
Right.
Like, that there is no clear biblical picture of, like, when something is alive. And there's a whole lot of poetry about it, but poetry's difficult.
Yeah.
The clearest thing, there is a I don't buy the abortions in the Book of Leviticus argument. I've always read that as a make the woman drink some funky dirt water, and when nothing happens, it, like, appeases the jealous husband. Like, that's how I've always read that. Like, because what's some funky dirt water gonna do?
Yeah, it is really weird. Although I found out recently that I guess this is me being a man and not understanding women things. I guess it's a fairly known thing in women circles that if you switch your diet, it's like high carb, low something. It's like a natural.
Huh.
and it like forces your body. It's like putting your body in ketosis, sort of. Like it makes your body panic and start getting rid of shit that it okay.
Weird.
Yeah.
But then like there is an early Christian document that like pretty explicitly is like, do not abort a fetus, and like uses those very specific words in Greek. So it's interesting, like what, like I'd be very interested to know what like more. I need to learn more of what the context of that is. Yeah. And like what was happening in first century, well, close to second century, like the Roman Empire.
Yeah. Like I've never listened to anyone that quotes Leviticus.
I mean, if you are not Jewish and like using Leviticus as the norm for your life, I'm gonna have some concerns.
Well, if you're using Leviticus as the norm for your life, you're probably in jail. I mean, nobody is using Leviticus for their life right now. It is 2023.
I mean, if you're taking
you would
it
be
literally,
in jail.
then yeah, you're in a whole like, issues.
Because you'd be killing people on the street for half the shit they do.
Right. That's the other funny thing. Like this whole idea of like reading the Bible and taking it literally is also incredibly new.
It's weird.
Like, and I'm not like just like poo-pooing on things that are new. Like, I'm not that guy that's like, this is old, so it must be right. It's just like, this is not actually the way that we've always done things.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's like an understanding that people like you have about what the Bible is and where it came from and how it got here. That like you were where this all started. Like people don't understand that it's not a book written by God.
Right.
Which is, to me, mind-boggling. But
I remember, like, realizing that, like, the Bible never actually calls itself the Word of God.
Oh. Right. It wouldn't have, would it? Because like, it was actually talking about the Word.
Like, right.
Because
like,
this existed before someone wrote it down.
Like, there are times that it talks about the words of God, and it records the words of God in places. And, like, Jesus gets identified with the Word of God.
It was watching What's-His-Butt on TikTok the other night, and the whole conversation about Jesus calling himself the Son of God. And
Jesus tends to call himself the Son of Man, though.
Yeah, but like nowhere, anywhere does he actually say that he is the Son of God. He talks about things that could be interpreted weird, but he never says, I am the Son of God. And I find that fascinating. It's just weird.
Even if he says it in the Gospels, it doesn't necessarily mean he said it anyways.
I mean, that's true.
Like, those were written at the earliest 20 years after his crucifixion.
I mean,
probably more like 30, potentially up to like 60.
Yeah, you know.
And they're highly curated documents, like written for a community that already believed Jesus to be, at the very least, the adopted child of God.
Trying to explain to my Christian coworkers that there are multiple versions of the creation story in their own Bible.
Yeah, there's pretty obviously two.
Yeah, they were like, no, there's not. I'm like, yeah, there is. Have you read it?
There are.
Have you actually
like,
sat and read the first chapter of your book? I know it's a hard read, but literally
the second one is probably the older one, which is kind of funny.
Of course it is. Of course it would be backwards. Why wouldn't it be? Well, because whoever...
The first one's a better intro.
Well, right, and whoever wrote it, that would have been the new shiny thing, right? So that's going to go first. Because that's the one that you're going to be like, yeah.
I can't remember. It might have been Dan McClellan, but he was like... No, it was one of the other like biblical scholars that I follow on TikTok. And they're like, you know, we always like to, you know, we read the Bible as if like the people who wrote it were 21st century humans.
Right.
But like they have very different priorities. As best we can tell, like their priority was maintaining as much content as possible, even if it was contradictory.
Mm-hmm. mean, and I kind
Because
of
these are holy books. Like, they're holy works. You got to keep them.
yeah, and I mean, I get that. It's just it's caused some problems.
Well, it didn't used to.
I think it would be interesting if you went back in time and sat down with Jesus and just said, "Bro, can I tell you where this is all going to be in 2,000 years, and then you can decide if this is really what you want to have come out of your mouth." Like, maybe you should be a little more definitive on a couple topics.
There definitely is, like, and see, this is why I'm always like, a lot of the things that have gone squirrely, like, they are Christians' fault.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
when something goes horribly wrong, there's two groups of people that you can look at, and pretty squarely, and there's a Venn diagram, and the overlap's pretty clear, and it's white people and Christians. So white Christians tend to be
like,
top of that
there's
list.
and there's part of me that is just like, okay, God, why have you not done that ending things yet? But then it's also the like, but ending things means that, like, the bit of folk that actually are trying to do the thing and help the people that need the help, then those people won't get that, like,
True.
that, I mean, that's part of the tension. Like,
I just want one of these AI robot companions that Genova was talking about. I could use one of those.
well, yeah, it's going to be really, it's going to be really fascinating, like, when churches, and I know it's already happening, like, when folks start to realize that, like, people are hearing ChatGPT sermons. Like, I know it's happening.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Why wouldn't it be? Dude, I've been yelling at ChatGPT for 3 days. Literally getting mad at it. It was apologizing to me over and over again because.
Oh, okay. Were you asking it about time zones?
Yes, I was giving it timestamps and saying, "What time is this in New York?" or "What time is this in Helsinki?" And it kept trying to explain to me how to figure it out on my own. And I was like, I understand how to figure this out on my own. I don't fucking care.
You need Ask Jeeves needs to come back.
I know, right?
Jeeves would help you out.
God, GPT is so irritating. All right, I think we're done, sir. I think this has been good. This is good.
We went from being very tired to 2 hours later.
2 hours later, we've talked about religion for a while.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Some school shootings thrown in there. Why not?
Why not? Everybody else is talking about it.
When are you back, sir?
Or
I should say, when are we back, sir?
2 weeks.
2 weeks sounds good to me. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I need to sample that from Schwarzenegger movie. Thank you guys for hanging out and listening to us babble about bullshit for 4 hours or whatever.
That was a good time. Thanks for joining us.
It was a good time. I enjoyed it quite a bit. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks.
The one I always get, like, I always want the 2 weeks thing to be in the voice of the "Give me my $2" kid.
Dude, whenever anyone says 2 weeks, all I can imagine is the woman with Schwarzenegger inside.
Right, from Total
2
Recall,
weeks,
yeah.
and then her head splits open. You did even come back from a movie.
Are you
loser?
I mean, it's only like, let's see, 10 time zones.
It's like, what time is it? I actually started trying to do the math.
You can go back out and see a movie.
You can do it. Go to the Late Show.
It's early for you.
Yeah.
You have a whole there might be a cute D&D girl at the movie. Or cute D&D boy.
Whatever you're into.
Or cute D&D non-binary.
Or some cute D&D orcs from 40K.
Yeah. I don't think D&D orcs and 40K
are they different orcs?
Different orcs.
Or are they just the same orcs but further in the future?
Yes, Reaper. There would be people there is the point.
Yeah, you're supposed to meet the cute gamer people that you want to put your penis in.
Or not. Depending.
I mean, maybe you just want to put it on them. I don't know what you're into.
I'm not going to judge. So, right, but that's it. You're at a D&D movie. You can just talk about D&D.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that everyone at the D&D movie is going to be awkward around
Just
talking
bring a
to the
D20
people.
with you, and then like go up to somebody and just roll it, and then have them roll, and then then you know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Dude, that would be if you literally walked up to it like a cute girl at the D&D movie and like rolled a dice.
Just say
And
roll initiative.
If you rolled a nat 1 and then just went, aw, and turned around and started walking away, that's like the best
you would
line.
get dinner. Like you would absolutely get dinner. Like get a D20, load it so it always lands on one.
That would be amazing. That's like the best nerd girl pickup thing ever.
That would be an amazing pickup line.
Like that's one that she would be going, someday I'm going to be telling my kids about how we met. It would be amazing. All right, I'm going to go make some food.
It would be the tale of the paladin and the ogre that fall in love because they kept rolling a 1.
They kept rolling nat 1s. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. Thank you guys for hanging out. We'll be back in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And we'll talk about some more shit then.
Keep talking about things.
Things with the stuff. I love you guys, even you,
I love
Pastor.
all of you except Reaper.
And where's my button? There's my button. See you on the button. Saying button one more time for button's sake.
Buttons.
Buttons.